Hello. I thought I had this enabled. My apologies. My apologies, chat. I forgot to remove my reactive. That's my bad. Scuff stream incoming. Very, very scuff stream. As I have 1,000,005 tabs open for today. Indeed. Welcome in, everybody. Happy Sunday. Hope you went to church today. God bless you. Yes, the Latings Gremlin indeed lives another day to bring you the news. No, I'm kidding. no real news. You know, I'm not a news reporter. I'm just a silly little pink gremlin thing that bites ankles and sometimes talks about base stuff, I guess. But anyway, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome in. I don't watch football, but I guess if you're into the Super Bowl, today's your day. But welcome in, my good friends, my good beans, the honorable beans. You're not honorable chatters, you're honorable beans. Oh man, it's good to see you guys. I hope you're all doing great. I hope church went well, but if you didn't go to church today, maybe you listen to some worship music or something. But yeah, it's all good. I hear some people are grilling, which is awesome. I hope it's tasty. You should send some to me for sure. Made it to your stream. Interested in what I'll be learning while I work on some YouTube shorts? I mean, I don't know if you'll be learning anything, but hopefully something, I suppose. But anyway, good to see you guys. Oh man, what a crazy day. Honestly, I don't even look at the Olympics. I didn't even know that was happening this year, or I mean, I guess it happens every year, right? Or what was it, every 4 years? I don't remember at this point, but man, we are living some crazy times and kind of hard to believe in what's going on or who to believe, man. A lot of noise out there in the world of the interwebs. A lot of nonsense, you know? And it's like, how do you sift through all the noise when there's all this nonsense going on? People being degenerates. People with their hidden imagery. And I'm not super big on the occult stuff, to be honest, or masonry. Some may be like, oh, but being a Freemason is actually not bad. And I'm like, dude, all I've seen is mostly bad stuff coming from that stuff. But I hopefully am not the quiet. I don't know. I got a new cable recently, and I don't know what's going on. Maybe this mic is just on its last leg. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I need to up the gain, which I really don't want to do because it's already pretty high. But I'll put it up a little bit more. Maybe I gotta put it over here. I don't know. I just don't want to peek. Sometimes I peek. Maybe I gotta speak more. Speak louder. I don't know. Congratulations on the future Side Scrollers guest spot. Yeah, I'm excited for that. We're gonna be on Side Scrollers this Friday afternoon, 12 p.m. EST, so don't miss out on it. Arcshade, thank you so much for the 30 stream streak. Awesome. Advocate05, thank you for the follow. Thank you guys for the lurks. Priest of the Craft, thank you for the follow. And to everybody who's watching right now, it's good to see you guys. Hopefully everything's going alright. Thank you, my spiritual wherever I go. Based. What's up, Hefa? What's up? Hopefully I'm not too quiet, but I apologize if I am. Sometimes the gremlin's just a little quiet, you know? I'm actually pretty soft-spoken. Well, maybe not super soft-spoken, but I lean more on the soft-spoken side, so... plus my mic is pretty old, so I probably broke it somewhere along the line. Anyway, it's all good. Freemasonry equals Satanism. I don't know, some might argue that's not. Jinkuda, thank you for the 5 stream streak. Thank you guys for your support and for always being here. For being the best Bean fam ever. Definitely looking to do a partner push this month. And at the end of the month, I will be celebrating 2 years as a VTuber. So it's going to be hopefully some good stuff. Might do a donathon or subathon. Well, we'll see. You're on Side Scrollers? Yeah, I'll be on Side Scrollers this Friday. Thanks to a few people who've made it possible, so I'm really excited for sure. Churchill Hall and my college ministry is hosting a Super Bowl party. Oh, you gotta. I hope you enjoy it, but be careful, you know? Oh man, but I hope you guys are enjoying the Sunday. I know it's Super Bowl Sunday. I'm assuming that's later. Maybe I'll watch a little bit. I'm not sure yet. I'm sure my friends are gonna be watching or something. Maybe I'll hang in with them, but not quite sure yet if I want to. But we'll see. Oh, I wonder if we're gonna get an AI Celeste frolicking in flowers. Oh man, that would be kind of cool. I think that would be pretty funny. But yeah. All right. Well, couple topics that we're going to talk about today. The first one is primarily not the Super Bowl, the 2026 Olympics that took place in Milan, and I forgot the other place, but both in Italy. And the big debate right now is: are they using satanic imagery in the Olympics? Are they hiding things in plain sight now? Or have they become so bold as to do this in a live event where hundreds of thousands of people are watching? You know, they got tens of thousands of people probably in the crowd, you know, cheering on the Olympics and everything. And then you see, you know, it get dark. We got the fire, we got the red stuff. It's all crazy. Some people are saying it's inspired by Leonardo's knots or something. And I'm just here like, Leonardo da Vinci? This is crazy. I don't know if it's true or not, but we're going to go over that a little bit today, and you guys can definitely let me know what you think in the chat. Again, there's a lot of noise when it comes to these kind of topics when people are trying to be honest about how evil is perpetrated in front of our faces, and I think people have become really desensitized to that kind of stuff. And it's like, well, you know, it's truly evil, but you don't believe so because you're like, well, you know, supernatural doesn't exist. You know, you're just trying to be a victim as a Christian or something, and it's just weird, man. Now, maybe they were inspired by Leonardo's nuts. I have no idea, but I'd rather play it on the side based on what happened during last year's Olympics and all the years before, right? They have clearly mocked God in different ways, and they have brought innocent children into the fray. And so I personally don't trust anybody from the Olympics team. I think that they're in some dark stuff, and maybe we'll get canceled. Maybe they will come after me and say you spoke too much. But I'm a small streamer, so probably not anytime soon. I hopefully got the bots. I don't think that my mods are on right now, and Gabe is busy with something, so I have to look at all the chats, and it might be a little bit before I get the moderation going on my end. Did Foxy give a good word for you to side scrollers? Actually, it was I think it was Observis who donated some money, and then Leaflet happened to be on, and she publicly vouched for me. I don't know if Foxy has in fact vouched for me, but I hope in her heart if we do get to talk on Friday, that would be kind of cool. But it was Leaflet. It was Leaflet, and one viewer that we share, I think. The TP USA is having their event today as well. Yeah, is TP USA doing the pro-life ad? Are they the ones running the pro-life ad today at the Super Bowl? We can definitely talk about the Super Bowl a little bit too, because let's be like, okay, if we're gonna talk about like truly satanic and demonic, I think the Super Bowl has like long since sold out. But people, and actually my priest was talking about the Super Bowl today during the, I guess, homily or whatever after the reading of the gospel, and and he wasn't talking about it as in like, oh, you know, yeah, go have fun and, you know, watch it, but he was I think we're preparing for like Great Lent in the Orthodox Church. So these upcoming Sundays, you know, there's a kind of like a theme revolving around it as we prepare and things to give up, right, for Great Lent as we transition into it. But I think it was the parable of the prodigal son that we read today, and he was also talking about how America has its own kind of liturgical calendar. Like, we have holidays and things that we follow to the T, almost like we're living some sort of religion, right? Like, you know, why is Kick doing this to me? I don't know why Kick is doing this to me. It's like unpausing the audio and playing it. So weird. And so that people are kind of like, you know, on schedule, right? The Super Bowl is on a certain Sunday. We have like Christmas, which isn't even religious anymore in America. We have all of these different holidays that we follow on a schedule, but never want to put our focus on Christ. And so America's religion has, major points are like, according to him, are Thanksgiving and the Super Bowl. And I was like, wow, I know I'm butchering a bit of what my priest said, but it was definitely kind of deep, right? That in a way America does have a religion, but it's not Christianity. And a lot of people have been either deceived into that, or we have chosen ourselves to, instead of following Christ, being deep in our vices and being in the mud, like it says in the parable of the prodigal son. So really awesome stuff that he mentioned, man. And I'm like, yeah, I was thinking about that while he was saying, and I'm like, yeah, we're so comfortable being in our sin. We're so comfortable living a hedonistic lifestyle and all of this, but we can't really focus on Christ, and people are increasingly turning away from God. We have social media kind of magnifying that as well. So a lot of crazy stuff, man, going on this past week. I think I'm going to talk briefly about some of the drama that I've been wrapped up in. I want this to be hopefully the last time that I have to bring anything up, and I'm going to try not to mention names. If you already know the names, fine. I don't want to give them more attention if I can help it. And I wanted to clarify one piece of information that I did get wrong when I made my statement on Twitter, which was emotionally charged. I've just been going through so much, people putting me through the ringer, and I feel like I'm slowly cracking. So I did want to do some clarification there. And kind of just in general, there was this other VTuber who made a video about like Rev, Kirsch, me. They might have put Leaflet in the video too, and their video kind of popped off, and it was like anti-ICE sentiments and stuff. So we might end up watching that, but depending on how the time goes, that's like last, and not like super on my mind. So if we do get there, we get there. If not, it's all good. And also, really quickly before we get started, I do want to pray us in, and there are two special prayers that I have. One for the lead singer of Three Doors Down. He passed away this week. I think he lost his fight with cancer. I used to listen to Three Doors Down a lot when I was younger, and knowing that the man passed away, thankfully he was surrounded by his family, his wife, and everybody. So, he probably, passed away happily, and, he was a Christian, at least towards the end of his life, maybe his whole life, and I didn't know that. And then a prayer for Kaide and Tens. They're both like Valorant streamers and stuff. Tens is a pro esports player. When I used to be into Valorant a couple of years back, I used to watch VCT like all the time. In more recent years, I haven't really watched because I haven't been in the League of Legends / Valorant scene for like a really long time in terms of like interest. My interests have definitely shifted, but I want to pray for both of them because the end of their relationship was announced just either today or yesterday, and so I just want to pray for them both. I don't agree with how that went down based on the things that have happened in the past, but at the end of the day, like, what happened and we got to keep moving forward. But I pray for, both of them, even if I don't necessarily agree with Kaide per se, but it definitely does set a precedent for relationships, especially with how well known they are in the space and stuff, and the image that they were projecting for a while. So those are some of the topics that we're going to be talking about today, guys. And if you want to share your point of view on anything that we talk about, and want to share some evidence, I don't think you can post links because the bot will filter you out, but if I think I can still see it on Restream. So if you do end up posting it but get bunked by one of the bots on Twitch, just know that I can still see the links when you post them. So yeah, I love you guys very much. Thank you so much again for being here. Ritzy, welcome in, my sister in Christ. I don't know. Okay, you did get a shout out. Wait, which one of my mods is here? Which one of you? Green Luck, my brother. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you, man. But yeah, welcome in, guys. I love you, ZMR. Thank you so much for resubscribing, my brother. It's been 16 months. Dude, have we really known each other that long? I feel like it's been a lifetime. Well, shout out to my brother in Christ, who needs a shout out after the cooldown ends. And welcome in, my sister in Christ, Ritzy. I'm just catching up. And yeah, we'll get it started. Let me read what you guys are saying so I don't get too behind later. sometimes it's best to log off. I mean, yeah, for sure. It's good to log off when things get overwhelming, for sure. I agree with that. Church went well, my college was okay, I think I read that. I think I read that as well. Welcome in, Katie Bella. Thank you so much for the follow on Twitch. And greetings, Mr. Casey Magnum. How are you? 20 stream streak. That's insane to me. Some of you guys like really surprised me. I'm like, who the heck is listening to me? I ain't got nothing good to say. Oh man. Gonna be having a Discord Bible session with some people on Discord later. I'll be preaching on the dangers of idolatry and devil worship. I hope that goes well. Bless y'all. Also, the Olympics are better than the Super Bowl. Moving on. I don't know. The Olympics event was disgusting. Yeah, last year was disgusting, but it was in France, so I'm not like even surprised that that even happened, you know? Bigot Barry! I love you, Bigot Barry, you're based. TPSA is doing their separate thing. I think it's just one direction. Seems like it might just have been a coincidence. Then again, that's the direction the camera was set up to capture, so maybe not. I mean, that's a good point though, right? If that's like where most people are going to be looking, you know, is it really a coincidence? But then again, regardless of whether it is or not, I do think it's an interesting topic. Also, I need to make you a mod, Zakatron. Give me 1 second. I need to find it. Where's your name? Also, big congrats to Zakatron. I don't want to read those 3 numbers after, but he just became a mod today. He's been part of the community, and I do need more mods. So I keep saying I'm gonna open up applications, man, but I like keep forgetting. And it's like, how many people are still around 6 months later, you know? I saw Mike Tyson was doing a Maha commercial. Ooh, okay. Might have to watch that if that's available now, which probably like won't be until like tomorrow. Leaflet is good people. Snatcher, she will try good people and vouch for them. Yeah, she's really kind. I'm really thankful. She's become a good friend, and I hope that we can continue to grow in our faith together for sure. America's religion is consumerism. Well, that's one head of this hydra. Yeah, one nation under God was a lie. I mean, I think it might have been true at like the start, but as we continue to grow and like develop, our vices have become our God. And it just sucks, man. We're like pretty young in terms of being like a country, a nation, a civilized society compared to you know, places in like Europe. I'd rather skip the Super Bowl's halftime show and that's it. Yeah, Bad Bunny is gonna be performing, and people were like pointing out like, this is who you have in the halftime show. A man who dressed up as a woman and started like twerking and stuff in his music video. Yeah, no, I used to listen to Bad Bunny when I was still like in the world, man. But now that I'm like, you know, not, you know, like in there, I have not listened to the guy in a really long time. He's very like effeminate, and he's also like very anti-ice. So I found that to be really interesting. I would say America is more into idolatry than having its own religion, but I guess it depends if you count idolatry as a religion. I guess it depends on how you would define religion, right? But idolatry, like, how do you idolize something without kind of it becoming like your religion or a cult, right? It has to deal with like kind of the spiritual things too. Like, it's obsession. It's what you put your time into. It's what you worship. So idolatry is in connection with religion. I would say so, at least. But I guess it just depends, right? Yeah, remember Eternal kidney cancer. Yeah, that's what the lead singer from Three Doors Down had. Stage 4. That's wild. Wow. And now that we finally have someone in the White House who's working behind off to return us back to our roots, we should ignore his efforts to keep shaming our fellow countrymen who's probably also trying his best to help fix the country. Yeah, we gotta keep moving forward, right? Like, there's always gonna be detractors and stuff. I gotta check my DMs. You're right. 15 out of 100 sub points so far for this month. Yeah, I'm so nervous, man, because I really want to get to 100 points. Like, I need to consistently make 100 points on Twitch in order to get like a higher cut. So I know we just started the month, but I'm hoping that as the month progresses and more streams happen, that more people will want to sub. Also my goal for the month is to get to 500 subs, and we're actually almost halfway there. But yeah. We'll see. Obviously, I never want to obligate people to sub to the channel, but it is a goal of mine, for sure. 2 goals of mine for the channel. Hey, Sparky, what's up? God bless you. Freezing to death? I was freezing earlier too. It's been so cold lately. If it ain't the 49ers or the Raiders, then it's a complete waste of my time. Alright, chat. I need to know, chat. Okay, so I'm probably not going to watch much of the Super Bowl. Let me know who your favorite team is, and between the two teams that are playing tonight, who you want to win. Any thoughts on Billie Eilish backlash? I mean, when she talks about like the stolen land stuff, I think it's really ridiculous that she would even say that. When people are coming after, like, when a lot of like actual racists on the left are coming after white people and telling white people that they shouldn't live, right? Like, I'm not like completely white, right? I'm pretty mixed, right? I'm a Hispanic Latinx, I guess, if you want to call me that. So I have no loyalty really to either side. A bit of a different culture, but I take from them both, right? It's just weird. Stolen land. I mean, people got conquered, and people do it all the time. Now, does that make it right? Probably not. But we did build a civilized society. And I think, if I recall history correctly, there are Native American tribes that did work with the settlers. So, was it really stolen land? Was it really all stolen land? Oh, man. Even though I don't follow the same faith, we share a lot of the same ideals, which is why I come around. I appreciate that, Paunin. Yeah, everybody is welcome here, whether you're a Christian or not, or you're a different denomination than I am. You guys are more than welcome to be here. If we can shake hands on the things that we agree with and fight back on the culture, that would be cool. No retention. If you mean like my streams, I guess so. I mean, depends. Like, usually when I talk about like more heavy topics, people come, but outside of that, I don't know. I never want to force people to sub if they don't want to. Bahum? Bad Bunny. I sometimes wonder if it would be better kind of. I just think we need to bring people like Snoop Dogg again. No political takes, just good old football music. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like, the way that we're heading, I don't think we can go back to any like true semblance of like normal. And I'm not saying that to be like a pessimist, but again, as someone who believes in what the Bible says, what Christ said, things are just going to keep getting more and more difficult, and we have different powers at play that are trying to make things a certain way. So, you maybe don't believe in conspiracy theories, but if you guys have read the files, look, if most of that stuff is true, the conspiracy theorists have been mostly vindicated. And I know that there's a lot of evil in this world, between people being evil and then Satan, being the ruler of this world. None of it is a surprise to me. It's disappointing and disgusting and vile, of course. But, like, as a Christian, like, that this stuff is going to happen. And it's only going to get worse. Like, we might have pockets where things are, like, calm. But overall, like, the trajectory that humanity is heading in is, like, one of pure destruction. Morality is at an all-time... I would say it's, like, getting to an all-time low. People don't really care about, like, other people in reality. A lot of debauchery is out in the open. Things have become hypersexualized. Like... And I'm going to get in trouble for saying all of this, and that's fine. But, I'd rather speak the truth and what I believe in than, try to appease the big boss in the entertainment industry, So I might make a new fan animation of you, but I'm still thinking about it. Yeah, no worries. Do what you got, what you can, and, take your time. I know you're busy, so no problem. Ashimori, thank you for the follow. Bad Bunny was in a bullet train? Oh, boy. I have a feeling that Bad Bunny is going to set the stage for a huge ICE protest, but I don't know. I mean, think about it. A lot of these stars and these bigger, like even micro influencers, right? If you guys remember the Rev situation from just like a week or two ago, when Miss Lala said F ICE and he responded that she was like LARPing or whatever, and then Advanced G basically bent the knee. Like, yeah. I mean, even if they're not saying, go and beat up ICE, like, they are setting the precedent for more like ICE protests and stuff. And a lot of that is also funded by groups like Antifa. So, again, these people, like, are either brainwashed, they don't care, they don't understand, or they're being paid to say the things that they're saying. And so I wouldn't be surprised, which is why I try not to listen to a lot of big artists. But I don't know, man. It's difficult when you're just like, you walk into one wall, you turn around, you get smacked in the face by another wall, and it feels like there's no way out. But obviously the way out is Christ. But how many people will choose Christ at the end of the day? Please pray for my dog Striker. He has a bump on his ear, maybe other places more likely has yeast infections. Praying for you, brother. I worship Miku Dayo. Come on, Bob. Don't do this to me, man. Green Day, I think, is the opening show with the performance. I believe they have said awful things about Trump before. I wouldn't be surprised. I stopped listening to Green Day years ago, honestly. Billie English. I want to watch Atlanta blow a 25-point lead again. That's wild. Philadelphia Eagles. I'm from Massachusetts. Patriots going to win. Going for the Seahawks since they're my favorite team. Oh, okay. I see you guys. Nobody's illegal in stolen land. Okay, then why don't you give your $1 million mansion back to the native tribe that inhabited the land at the same time? You know she's not gonna do that. Come on. One thing I despise is the virtual signaling. People would use your faith against you by misrepresenting Bible verses. I have to remind myself Jesus Christ despised hypocrites, not sinners. Yeah, I mean, fair. There are people who will use the Bible and twist it for sure. I'm probably gonna root for the Seahawks, but I don't care too much who wins. Oh man. Yeah, there was conquering and treaties made. It was a mix of both. Obviously, like, excessive force, never good, right? The people who agree with Billie Eilish are the same people who think it's okay to call black ICE officers the hard R N-word. Oh, man, yeah, true. Dude, I feel so bad for that guy. Georgian Gunrouse, like, 23. Honestly, I wouldn't be mad if the Pats beat my Hawks. Oh, man, we got the football fans in here. I hope you guys have your wings ready for later. Currently living in Iowa, but my home state is New Jersey. Southern Jersey favorite NFL team are the Philadelphia Eagles. I'm also Chef Adam Bowers on Twitter and X. Welcome in. South Jersey, eh? I got you. I'm Norse pagan faith, but I know a lot of people who are very different who get along well faith-wise and what we think. I mean, look, as long as people are respectful, like, even if we have different beliefs, like, I may disagree with you and I may tell you that. But I think respect definitely goes a long way. For sure. Man, you guys are yapping it up. Jimothy, welcome in. Oh man. Satan's oldest trick using scripture against you, Grace saw through it though. Hey, yeah, that's facts. Welcome in, Isekai Flop Lord. How are you? Welcome in, guys. Chunio, welcome in. Good to see you guys. Thank you so much for the lurks, by the way, and thank you for all the follows. Alright, well, really quick, we're gonna go ahead and pray, and like I mentioned earlier, if we can pray for the family of the lead singer who passed away, the lead singer of Three Doors Down. He passed away from stage 4 cancer, kidney cancer, and also praying for Tens and Kaide, who just Kaide recently announced that they had been separated for like a long while, and I just want to be able to pray for them for sure. All right. Let's bow our heads. Let's put our hearts in the right place, and let's honor the Lord, my friends. Let's do that. Yeah. All right. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for this day, Lord. Thank you for this time of rest on this Sunday. We give you thanks. We give you honor and glory, Lord, for the fact that we are alive today. Thank you, dear God, for not giving up on us, and for those who are struggling right now, that you may give them strength, that you may give them healing. Lord, that if they're trying to reach out to someone to give them the good word, that they may be able to reach them, in their hearts. But even if they don't change, hopefully the seed has at least been planted. Lord, I want to lift up in prayer the family of the lead singer from Three Doors Down who, passed away either today or yesterday from stage 4 kidney cancer. He was surrounded by his family, his wife, his loved ones, and we just give you thanks and honor for his life, Lord. And I heard that he was Christian, until the day he closed his eyes. And I pray, Lord, that, if that's the case and he had a strong walk with you, that he's resting, in your kingdom. May his memory be eternal, dear Lord. And, in this time of grieving for his family, that they may be strengthened, knowing that that hopefully he is with you now. And may their own faith be strengthened so that they too may be able to meet him, in your heavenly kingdom when the time comes for them, whether it's soon or, maybe in the last days of their life, whatever it may be. Lord, I just pray for that family that they may be strengthened with that. And Lord, I also want to pray for Tens and for Kaide. It looks like they broke up in recent times. And while I don't agree with the statement that she put out, and I have my suspicions about different things, what happened. The decisions have been made, and I just pray that they can move forward, dear God, and that if they're not Christians, that they may come to you, that they may worship you and honor you, Lord, that they may have a spiritual experience so that their souls may be saved, Lord, if they are not Christians, in fact. And I pray here, Lord, for everyone who may be going through a struggle in their own relationships. Maybe they're looking for a relationship. Maybe they're looking for that person that they can have a family with. I pray, dear God, that you may give them hope and strength, and that they may become better brothers and sisters in the faith. So that way, we can continue this good fight together, that many families will come from this, and that we can fight against the enemy, Lord, who has perverted marriage, for the state that has perverted marriage, for the government that we have given so much power to when it comes to this sacred tradition, this holy tradition, Lord, of matrimony. And Lord, may you open up our ears, our eyes. May we learn, through your word, everything that we need to learn today, and that we can keep an open mind and pray for even our enemies, Lord, when it's really difficult, but that consequences may be handed out as well, that justice may be served, but still for the salvation of their souls before their lives, are to pass. I ask this in the name of the Father, the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. My phone died. Sorry. But amen. Gotta finish my prayer though before good night. Let me connect this. Alrighty, guys. And please prayers for Green Lux dog. It looks like he's having like multiple yeast infections, and I don't know how dangerous that is for dogs. I'm not a pet owner. But if you can please keep his dog in your prayers. His name is Striker. And, keep our brother in Christ, Green Luck, in your prayers as well. He's a great brother in Christ as well. And I'm, really thankful that he's, in my life and also part of the mod team. He's done a lot of great things. So appreciate you guys. Thank you for sharing your prayers. And if you're on Twitch, I do have a prayer redeem. So if you want to, if you have a prayer request, definitely put that in there. I also have a Discord server if you guys want to share any praise reports or prayer requests, discord.gg/Celestium. If you want to be part of the community, I would love to have you there. Obviously, if you don't have Discord, or maybe you're in too many Discord servers, no pressure to join, but I would love to see you guys there. We also have Bible studies on Saturdays, so, our faith is not just Sunday, it's Monday through Sunday, and we got to stay connected because the enemy will take any chance to bring us down. And when we're isolated, when we're alone, it is so easy for him to kind of creep into our lives. And, it's easy to also have dark thoughts as well. AJ the Grand Hug said, "Hi Celeste, my grandpa passed away on the 31st. This Friday we laid him to rest. Miss him so much. Big hugs to you, man, and, prayers for your family that you guys can continue to move forward. Memory eternal to him, and, giving you a big hug, AJ. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, I did disappear. My phone died. I'm sorry. I'm fixing it. Alrighty, we're back. She's been raptured. How am I raptured if I'm still talking? What do you mean? A Yakuza game ad popped up really loud in the middle of the prayer, and I nearly had a heart attack. Sorry. Oh, man. Celeste, will you stream the All-American halftime? I don't think I'm allowed to do that. No. Our streamer is broken. Oh, man. Phoenix, well, thank you so much for the follow. Also, I think OBS disconnected earlier, so if you guys are on Twitch, there may be a delay, or on YouTube, there may be a delay. So I do apologize about that. I'm going to keep track of the chats as best as I can, of course. Gabe might be joining us in a little bit, but I'm not entirely sure yet. But we'll get started either way. If he does happen to join us, awesome. Oh, thank you, Anonymous, for the $140 contribution on Throne. You're awesome. Thank you so much for your support. Kind of nervous. That was really loud, but really appreciate you. God bless you, whoever you are. Don't know who you are, but thank you. And yeah, if you guys want to continue to support me, I You can support me via Twitch through subs, bits. If you're on Kick, you can support me through subs as well. And I think their thing is called like Kicks or something. If you're on YouTube, you can become a YouTube member, or you can super chat natively through YouTube. I also have a Streamlabs link where I get a higher cut of the money. And I also have a throne, which somebody just donated to, which is really awesome. Thank you for that. So if you guys want to support me, those are a couple ways that you could support the stream. And all of the money goes back towards getting videos and stuff edited, and models and outfits and all that other stuff. So of course, no need to feel pressured. I'm not gonna obligate you guys. All my content's gonna be free. But if you want to support me, it would mean the world to me if you did so through those methods. But again, if you can't, no worries. Your prayers and just being here is more than enough. And here, let me see. It's nice to see decent VTubers who have good morals and integrity. Leaflet and others brought me here. I myself am still conflicted between Christianity and science, but deep down I feel Christian. Yeah, it's rough, right? Because you might have grown up in a more like secular household, and I would say that you're on the right track, and I don't think it's a coincidence that you're here. Coda's premiere. I think God is he's calling you, and I would say give it a chance. Go to church, ask a priest. Oh, I would I would encourage you to go to Eastern Orthodox church, but of course, if you don't have one around you, a church that's around you, you can go and ask any questions to the pastor or the priest that may be there. Get connected with the people there, and of course, there's a community here as well. But I highly recommend going to church and really getting to experience what it is to be connected to a Christian community. Christians are people too. We're not perfect. We mess up all the time. But we do have hope in Christ. And I would say, like, from my experience, when I was in the world, I did not feel the peace that I feel now. So highly recommend, coming into Christianity, really getting to learn about it. Take your time and take a moment to pray to God, because he will answer you. If you're truly seeking, he will answer you. Now, he may not answer you with a voice like me, but he may send people your way. You might feel convicted in your heart, and it's kind of hard to explain, but it's kind of like the Spirit's tugging at your heart sometimes. YouTube is like $12.99 or don't listen to her prayer. Facts. Hi Celeste, God bless on this day, the Lord's Day. Welcome in. God bless you guys. Might I ask how long the stream will last? Usually I go for about 2 hours, but sometimes if we're just talking a lot, it might end up being 3. So I would say like anywhere between 1.5 to 3 hours. It just depends. I don't believe there are any contradictions between science and Christianity. I would say that science proves the fact that there's a God in the world. And the question is like, which one, right? Christianity is not like anti-science, but I would say that the pseudoscience that we have today to explain different things, like it's become a religion in of itself. So I would say like, science at its core does prove God's existence. Like there's so many beautiful things in nature, and it's like, you really think a Big Bang just like did all of that? I think it took a creator, higher power to make all of that. And the fact that we're like conscious, we have a conscience, and things like that. I don't think it was like, we developed from like a single cell bacteria. God, the maker of heaven and earth, he made us and everything. But I would say, take it slow and ask all the questions that you want. You're more than welcome in my community. I would encourage you to join my Discord if you have any more questions. So, and you want to get to know more about Christianity, or, you're lost about something. And that goes for everyone here. Believe it or not, again, you guys are welcome in my Discord for sure. Oh, happy birthday, Platinum Condor. No worries. Happy birthday to you, and God bless you, grant you many more years. You're 1 year older. It means your back is gonna break eventually, Wink, wink. You're gonna be on the wheelchair. We're gonna have to get you one of those walking canes, eh? Yeah. Oh man. All right, guys. So let's get started. All right. Let's get started onto the main topic here. Today, which is the 2026 Olympics that took place in Milan, and I forgot the other place, but it's in Italy basically. It took place in Italy, and the buzz on the street is that this is yet again another display of satanic imagery and Freemasonry by the people who are behind the Olympics. Now, if you remember last year in 2025, the Olympics took place in France. And we know France is a degenerate country that needs God. I mean, all countries do, but like they have abandoned Christianity in the pursuit of transgenderism. There's rumors about the quote unquote first lady and the Macron family as a whole. But we won't get into that, right? You probably watched the Candace Owens videos when she was going over her expose pieces. But we all know that France has definitely given up any sort of worship and reverence to the Lord in the last couple of decades. And America's headed in the same direction, but I think France at this point very proudly wears it on like a badge of honor. I guess it just depends. I guess sometimes we do the same, but I I'm kind of confused as to whether or not this truly was like satanic or not. I'm gonna be like really honest with you guys. Do I lean in that direction? I do. The imagery doesn't seem very like warm and welcoming. It seems very like ominous and kind of satanic. When you look at it from this angle, right, where the camera is pointing, some people were saying that it's an upside down pentagram that you end up seeing. Hold on, let me grab this real fast. Thought I opened it. That's my bad. And people are saying, well, this looks like a pentagram. It looks satanic. And some people are like, who are not Christians, are saying, well, why are you bringing this up? This just seems like another satanic panic. And I'm like, look, I'm leaning towards it being like satanic because, again, with what they did in France last year for 2025, people, it seemed like they were mocking Leonardo da Vinci's piece of The Great Supper, and they perverted it. They were making fun of it. They had children up there and people who were barely dressed. And I think at even one point there was someone whose body parts were like exposed. And so if that's not satanic and destructive, I don't know what is anymore. And it seems like it's been a constant theme with these guys. We could see a video. I think there's like a video I might have pulled up in one of my many tabs where people were talking about the different, how like throughout the decades, there's been like different messaging. Like I think around COVID time, there was like this really big Reaper looking thing with like a needle. And people were saying like, oh, like COVID and stuff, like, they were predicting this, and it's just like, I don't think it's a coincidence. But I could be wrong. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. Maybe there's really nothing to worry about, and it's just art. Maybe it's just art. We love art around here. But even art can be a reflection of reality and very deep, dark thoughts. But you wouldn't know, right? Unless the artist tells you what their true intentions were. Sometimes it's up to us, the viewer, to kind of decipher this stuff. And then, yeah, I heard that it was like a Hoberman sphere. I do have a tab pulled up with information on that, so we'll eventually get there. But I definitely want to see, from the more maybe spiritual angle, is this truly satanic or not? And, whatever you guys believe, definitely let me know in the chat. Be active. Do I count as a nonprofit? No. How's the ice outfit coming along? Kanru is still working on the design, and I'll give you guys some more news like later. So just remind me, because I may have to commission a different artist for a different model, because my 2.0 model parent, who's okay with actually putting the outfit on my 2.0 when it comes out, is working at their own pace, and my commission is not like a normal one, so I don't know how soon we'll actually get that on my 2.0. So I will keep you updated. Just remind me towards the end about that if you're still here later. If you would indulge me, I'd like to share that I was baptized as a Roman Catholic when I was a baby. When I grew up in my 20s, I became agnostic for a decade and a half. I tried to focus on myself and achieve a lot, but in the end, I still suffered crippling depression. Eventually, I reconnected with my faith, and I'm now working towards converting from Roman Catholicism to Eastern Orthodoxy. Hey, good job, Aaron. I'm glad that you left that atheistic lifestyle and, you're back with the Lord. It's it's a journey that never ends until we close our eyes, right? So I'm really happy that you're here. I hope that you enjoy being part of the community and everything. You're more than welcome to be here and everything. Um, yeah, that's a great testimony. Appreciate you sharing that with me. The other one is Cortina. Oh, Cortina. Okay, yeah, it was Milan and Cortina. Thank you. Is anyone surprised the Jamaican bobsled team made it to the Olympics? What does that even mean? Did the Olympics start and finish? Yeah, I think it's over now. You're more likely to win the Powerball jackpot 1,000 times in a row than a single simple protein to randomly correctly sequence itself out into the primordial soup. I'm surprised by Italy of Truth, since Italy is very Catholic and conservative. I think Proto was telling me that even like the Catholics have been suffering a little bit in terms of people staying in the church. I know like Eastern Orthodoxy has definitely I think like Italy's having the same problem as the US, where they have like long moved away from like religion and stuff. But I could be wrong. I mean, I don't live there, so I'd be surprised since Italy is a conservative Catholic country of Europe. I mean, I think they've been moving away from that now. It's just a Hoberman sphere inspired by Leonardo da Vinci. We cannot let evil people take shapes and geometry like they did rainbows. I mean, that's the thing though, right? Evil people will take those things and pervert it. Even if we like bring up, that it's not meant to be that, right? I'm leaning against it being satanic. That's what I'm thinking. 2024, Celeste? Paris was 2024? Wait, Paris was 2024? I could have sworn it was last year. Okay, well, my bad. My bad. I'm sorry. Dude, that's so weird. Like, I don't know. Since COVID, I have lost my sense of time in a really bad way. But thank you for the correction. I apologize. I don't mean to spread misinformation. I thought it was like last year. I think I'm just going crazy at this point. Wait, think you are a non-prophet. I mean, I'm not a prophet. I'm just a normal layperson looking at the world, man. There's so many chats. I can't possibly go through all of this. The Jamaican bobsled team was real and had a Disney movie Cool Runnings. And American Pope doesn't give much hope. I'm old enough to remember Pope John Paul II. Oh. Well, try not to argue too much about denominations, guys. Let's try to keep on topic as best as we can. But anyway, let's look at this video chat. Let me make sure that the audio is fine. I know it's gonna probably be loud. Oop, didn't mean to put it in picture. My bad. Let me restart it. Hold on. Okay, so I think later on I do have like a tab where people were like, what happened to the Super Bowl? It used to be like, they'd have the like torch thing in the middle, and someone would come in with like their own torch and light up that bigger torch. And now people are like, well, how did it become this, right? And some can argue maybe it has become more artistic. There's more technology, there's more tools and stuff available, but yeah.
It's a functioning machine, it's called, and it's going to perform, if you will, for visitors throughout the games.
Man, the music is nice too. Like, it's like so like, epic. It's going in there, then lighting it up. And, from that angle, it definitely looked like an inverted pentagram. But, people, I mean, I don't know. Maybe we're wrong. Watch the music. Tactical Templar got takedown yesterday from this.
The music. Tactical Templar got a takedown yesterday from this stuff.
Oh, man. Well, no music, I guess. But for the little that we heard, I mean, it sounded pretty epic. Thank you for the super chats, by the way. I mean, like, I'm not gonna lie, it seems like whoever made this is, like, very, like, good with their hands. Like, it looks nice. But, of course, I'm always wondering, like, well, people are mentioning the cauldron in the middle. I mean, they have to have something to hold the fire. It's probably, like, freezing over there, too. Look at all these dead trees. It's probably freezing, man. I don't know. I mean, also, like, where it, like, primarily, like, highlights, like, if you go back here, right, the yellow is mostly, like, following the pattern of, like, that star, like, in the middle. And people are trying to say, like, oh, it's not, like, an inverted pentagram. Well, I don't think there's 6 points. Wait, how many points are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points. There aren't 6 points. And, you know, this point is, like, down here. So, I don't know. I mean, it kind of does look like that. And people could just be looking too much into it. I'm not sure at this point, but seeing that, kind of sus. I don't know. And I'm always suspicious of things like in red. Like if you look into like color theory, like red is a color of like danger. It's like blood. I don't know. They're the rings. I think that's like their logo and stuff. So I don't know. People are, you know, they're saying that these are satanic scenes at the Olympics opening, and this is the opening. I don't know if I have the end, the closer or whatever, but people are, so here's someone pointing out Leonardo da Vinci's work. I don't understand this language at all, but I mean, look at these cool shapes, man. These shapes are looking kind of cool. Very talented. Too much. What is going on with people? These comments are crazy. I watched for 1 minute and this happened. I mean, I don't know what any of these gestures have to do. This was the one. This was like the, like, look at this. They put people in drag there, bro. Like, I feel like it's always to offend God, man. But I don't know. I could be wrong. Tip just in case the international strike you down during stream.
A tip just in case
Thanks.
the International Olympic Committee strike down your stream.
Uh-oh. They're gonna get the small streamer. I'm cooked, bro. Thank you, though. I did turn... I'll make sure to have, like, the music off unless someone's just, like, talking and they're getting, like, an interview or something. Okay, and then I think this person was going into, like, the Divine Comedy or something. But using Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy as a foundational theme, the ceremony provided the perfect thin veil for a ritualistic journey through different planes of existence, the ascent from the Inferno. Okay, I don't know. Do you guys think this is AI? It sounds kind of AI. What do we think, chat? Is this AI, chat? Did they put this into a generator and they're giving us the context, the info that we need to understand the spiritual journey? I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. Like, again, they already have, like, the Olympics have a very bad reputation of doing, like, very spiritual themes and, again, making fun of, like, Christianity. I've not seen Cool Runnings, no. I'm sorry. Italian Prime Minister trying to make Italy back into Christian values and Christian nation in general. I mean, that's good. That's really good. Okay. We need more VTubers like you, Christians and people sharing God's love. Yeah, I mean, there's more of us, for sure. But welcome in to everybody who's new and doesn't know who I am. My name is Celeste. I am a Christian VTuber. I love talking about Christ on my streams. You can say that's, like, my main thing. But, you know, I just love the Lord and everything he's done for me. And I want to share that with people. I also talk about politics on my channel. But I try to look at it from a more Christian perspective, like moral kind of lens, because a lot of it ties back to, you know, how we treat each other, you know, not only like the people around us and our families, but also like our neighbors and allies and stuff around the world. And so, you know, I may not understand everything about politics, but I like to look at it, you know, from a Christian perspective at the end of the day. And I think that's what makes me a little bit different maybe from other channels. But, yeah, learning around here, there's a lot I don't know. I'm just a normal person. I'm not famous or anything, so, you know, I give my perspective when I can. That's all I can really say, but welcome in. Thank you so much, and, let's see, I saw a super chat here, and I'm trying to read it. Highlights a pentagram. No pentagram from this angle, though. Yeah, I guess it depends on the angle that you look at. And then Foa and Alacaster said they're performative Satanists, which might be worse. I mean, yeah, some people just do it so that they can say F Christianity, you know? Meaning, Wolf, nice to meet you. I'm doing alright. Pretty cold, but I'm doing alright. God bless you. How are you? Some people are saying it's a carbon atom.
My fav color is red. I usually associate it with love, fast cars, and heroism, like firefighters or the Red Power Ranger.
No, that's a fair way to look at it. I just think from like a design, it just depends, right? Like how you display the color red and like with what imagery it goes to. But I think like red by itself can be pretty like ominous and kind of like more of a danger sign. I also studied like design and color theory, so my brain gets a little cuckoo, you know. Not that I might be necessarily right. It could have changed. A pentagram that happened to be upside down for the moment. I mean, people could be wrong. I mean, I'm just looking at it from a different angle. I don't trust anybody at the Olympics anymore after the kind of stuff they've already pulled. And that was just the opening, by the way. Some people are saying that like the like show or whatever as a whole with like the paint and the colors kind of represents like a spiritual journey and stuff. I don't know where people pull this stuff from. Like, I'm not entirely like sure. I don't dive deep into this stuff, but it's like kind of interesting to see. Nothing to do with saying it's just an Olympics torch in red. Go home, X. YouTube is much better than Twitch from this. It depends, I guess. Anger, passion. To be honest, I see a ball with the star in the center, the same thing I see the pentagram, which is concerning to me as a child of God, but that's just my 2 cents. I mean, some people might not agree, you know. Red can go both ways, good and bad. Hey, Annoying Poet, welcome in. It's good to see you. I mean, Leo was baptized Catholic and buried as a Christian. It would be so weird to say his designs and others' design inspired by him would be satanic. I mean, I don't think Leonardo da Vinci's work was like satanic. I think people just like to pervert stuff. Like, again, that one example of the Paris Olympic Games. You know, I think that was a very big insult to, like, first of all, to Christ, right? And then to Leonardo for his work that he did, which is really beautiful, right? Like, Leonardo da Vinci's work is really nice. I will say what's not AI, Key's daily devotionals. Based. Sometimes the most beautiful unknown images of art can mean satanic worship or paganism. It's why learning history on these matters should be important for those who want to stay vigilant. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of like evil and stuff. What is a super chat? It's a way of donating via YouTube. So if you don't want to leave the platform, you know, whether it's $5, $1, YouTube does obviously take a cut. But if you want to support me, that's a pretty good way. Sebs, my brother, I hope you got a shout out. I can't see when my chats are combined on my screen. God bless you. I've been trying to find a Christian VTuber who talks politics in the eyes of God. Hallelujah. God answer my prayers. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not the smartest light bulb in the room, but I think it's interesting to look at politics as a Christian. Of course, my faith informs my politics and not the other way around. Just break open the holy water, spray vigorously. If it hisses, it's really demonic. Oh, man. Not sure if it's a troll, but in Minnesota, the cult of Satan even commended the governor and is allowed the imagery to be in the Capitol. I mean, I think a lot of Satanists are more like F Christians than like being truly like satanic. But I'm sure there is a group of like a handful of them that are probably like actually like, you know, into the Satan stuff. Red makes the bikes go faster. Work logic. People tell the Christian in Bocelli even, for sure, even during a Christian way. What? They're going for a transhumanist theme, it looks like, which we've seen a trend for a while, so it makes sense. Okay. Well, okay, so this person's trying to, like, break down Dante's Inferno, like, how it's, like, a spiritual journey. I kind of want to run this through ChatGPT and summarize their points. Before one can reach the light enlightenment, they must first traverse the darkness. If Paris 2024 was seen as a descent into chaos and the breaking of all taboos, Milano Cortina 2026 was the emergence. The choreography, the segments in Milan, utilized deep reds and shadowy movement that mirrored the low vibrations of the material world. As the ceremony progressed towards the snowy mountains of Cortina, the color palette shifted into whites, silvers, and blues, symbolizing the purification of the soul. The Vitruvian Man and the Geometry of God. The ceremony heavily referenced Leonardo da Vinci, specifically the Vitruvian Man. The meaning, the Vitruvian Man represents the squaring of the circle. The circle represents the spiritual realm, which is God, and the square represents the material realm, which is Earth. The ritual intent, by centering the ceremony on this image, the occultist goal is to signal the birth of the new man, one who is perfectly balanced between technology, the square, and the spirit. Which somebody had mentioned the whole transhumanism movement, you know. If you're like into art and you want to learn more about it, it's kind of like an interesting thing, like combining like technology and humanity and trying to reach like this perfect, you know, perfection and changing people, you know. I think that trans ideology does kind of like fit under like transhumanism personally, because it is changing the body, right, to be quote unquote closer to what you truly should be, what you feel you should be, which obviously is a lie from hell. But, you know, we pray for those people nonetheless, right? That's important. Okay, the littlest eye and... Wait, hold on. Did I read this part? By centering the ceremony on this image, the occultist calls the signal of the birth of the new man. The littlest eye in the cauldron, as we discussed earlier, the eye of Sauron, the concept of the all-seeing eye appeared in 2026 through the cauldron's iris-like mechanism. The cauldron didn't just light, it opened the mechanical eye. The esoteric read, this represents the opening of the third eye, the pineal gland. In occultism, the opening of the eye is the moment a society or individual transitions from being blind, profane, to seeing, initiated. To that practitioner, the billions of people watching provided the psychic energy to power up the symbolic eye. The silver path and the moon, while the sun, the torch, is a masculine symbol of logic and power. The 2026 Winter Games leaned heavily into lunar silver symbolism. The alchemical marriage. In alchemy, the sun, gold soul, must join with the moon, silver luna. The veil. The silver-clad performers and the icy lunar landscape of Cortina represent the feminine, intuitive side of the occult. Great work by bringing the solar flame to the lunar mountains. The ceremony performed a symbolic alchemical wedding meant to balance the world under a new frequency. Now, I don't know where they pulled this from, but you know, I find it interesting when people you know about the occult and stuff, and I really don't know if this is true. I think I did read the Divine Comedy in like high school, like a little bit, but it would be interesting to kind of revisit that work, honestly, and see what kind of connections I can make. But I'm not the smartest light bulb in the room, so I'm not sure how I'm gonna make any connections like that. But so this person here said they're celebrating and signaling a satanic rebellion against God. A pentagram in the shape of a globe, upside down star, the outer circle with the goat of Mendes. I have no idea what that is. All-seeing eye, planetary Sauron, placed between two pillars fundamental to Freemasonry. The names of these pillars are Jal and Boaz, if I remember correctly. Curious if that's true or not. I honestly don't know what's true or not. I do find this fascinating, though, that people are trying to make these kind of connections. And if it's true, that's kind of wild, man. I also forgot to put on music. Some days it feels like the world is heading towards Judgment Day, given everything going on. I mean, we've been going towards Judgment Day for, since Christ resurrected, man. Super chat, temp donation membership. Contact Celestium until you go cancel. It can be gifted as well. Wait, what? I kind of think performative Satanism is the purest form of Satanism. It perfectly encapsulates the vanity and shallowness of Satan, who is the only desires to be against God. They have no beliefs. They can only rebel, for their father is a rebel. My brother Samson, bringing in the facts and the logic. I've started reflecting a lot on what I allow into my headspace lately, and while politics will always be in there, I have to remind myself that God comes first above it all. Amen. I agree. I totally agree. Well, Dante's Inferno is just an interesting story that's based on Dante's belief in what hell is. It's been forever since I read it. Maybe that should be a reading project for me this year. I think so too, for me. Who has time to read all of that? Thanks. Oh, man. Firstly, I associate red with leadership, courage, and love for oneself and love for someone else. I mean, it could symbolize that. It just depends, right, on how you use it. I agree with your thoughts on most Satanists being little more than Christian performative people, but we need to remember that there are true believers among them. Absolutely, I agree. So it's an implication of perfection through technology, freaking clinker. Oh man, but I'm more of a history nut, so maybe my opinion has no weight. I mean, I think it has weight. I think that it's important to look at things through different lenses and perspectives. Like for me, ultimately, right, as a Christian, that's like the most important lens, but I'm not going to ignore other people's like perspectives, even if I disagree with them, because it could give you insight into the way that they're thinking and the way that they view the world. I think that's really, really important, even if ultimately, again, I may not agree. That would make the entire thing a giant occult ritual. I mean, if it is true, then yes. If any of what that guy said is true, then that's wild. I think I've seen the reasoning from people who believe it's hermetic alchemy. I mean, I don't know too much about alchemy. Does like The Alchemist count as a book to read about the occult? I mean, I think I read that in like in high school or something. Jimothy's like, I'm digesting everything. I'm just nodding along. Like, I think Jeff Epp is the Antichrist. I mean, I don't know if he is, but I'm sure we will know eventually who that is. If it's like within our time, right? I don't think most of the people that take part in the Olympics are bad people. They are just trying to push the limits from what humans can do, as we can see in things like luge and snowboarding. I mean, I'm sure most people are not bad people, but there are still evil forces at play, and we can't ignore them because they're really loud. And I think at this point, they're done hiding, and they're being very open that they're evil. So sure, most people who go and participate are probably not evil people, but that doesn't take away from the organizers being evil, right? It doesn't take away from that. And again, media influences people's minds. So when you see things like this, you know, could there be some subliminal messaging? Could this be, you know, brainwashing the masses in a way, right? Hollywood has been notorious for that. All right. So moving forward here, this post is about I don't know if this is still part of the opening ceremony, but if this is true, it seems like the label, or it was officially themed around Harmony, in which it displayed Saturn worship, flaming pentagrams, prison planets, PDF swirls. I don't know what this means, and the sticker that nobody likes to talk about. They tell you who they worship. Nothing to see here. I don't know if I can play this music, and I would like to avoid getting DMCA'd by the people who hate us out here. So unfortunately, no music. I will put on some background music though, just to kind of avoid. And I think Kick did the thing with the dashboard again, which is so ridiculous when I'm not even clicking the button. Wait, I have 103 people watching me on YouTube. Who are you guys? Welcome in. Oh my gosh. I was not expecting a bunch of people to like even show up to this. So I'm going to try to put some music on in the back so you guys can for it not to be super silent. Let me know if you guys can hear it or not. I don't want to put it up too loud, right? But just like loud enough is kind of the goal here. But let me know if it's too loud and I can adjust it. Hopefully it's not too loud. I don't think let me see. If he was, he wouldn't be dead. I mean, some people argue that he's still alive or he got cloned or something. And that's like a whole other like pile of worms that I don't even know if I want to open that can of worms of like potentially like people getting cloned and stuff. I think I can't agree like with cloning, because how would they have a soul if they're a clone, right? Now if you mean like genetically modifying like a baby, I mean, I guess, you know, that's fair. This thing got Templar banned. Are you serious? How do you get banned for showing an image or a video? Like, people can react to this stuff. This is insane. Well, I'll try to skip like through it if I can't like really play it, but this looks weird. Oh my goodness, did he actually get banned? I'm gonna click the record button. Hold on. I'm clicking record just in case we do get the boot. I can get the at least part of this footage, because I really should have clicked record from the start, but that was my bad. I mean, I don't know how you can get banned unless something like really inappropriate shows up, then that could be fair. Okay, as an artist, red, yellow, and blue, primary colors, clearly evil, right? I'm messing with you guys. The Lord's Day is always getting closer, but we may not know the hour and the day, but much like the signs of the times that have been happening over the past 2,000 years, it's a reminder that much like our last hour of our lives, we will never know when that may be, but to always strive to love Christ, love as Christ loved, and to be right with God. By faith in Jesus, and all other things are secondary. Yep, I agree. Historical accounts point that Jesus did exist, died on the cross, and was resurrected. Earliest accounts were from the followers 40 years after his crucifixion. That's why I believe that Jesus is real. I mean, yeah, like, I mean, 500, like, at least 500 people saw, you know, that, so. Number of the beast? Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, that could be it. That could have been, actually. 6 at 6 is apparently the mark of the beast. Oh man. This is wild stuff, bro. Did you see Savannah Gutierrez's mom's is missing and she's not going to participate in the Winter Olympics? No, I did not know that. That's scary, dude. What the heck is going on? Confirm she hates us? I do not hate you. How many platforms am I streaming to? I'm streaming on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. So honestly, if anything goes down on either Twitch or YouTube, I am on Kick. So if you guys want to check me out there, I think it should be okay. I have not heard of the band Acre. I think I saw something with Jim Carrey, but I'm not sure. Honestly, gene editing is a big push. It starts small as elimination of genetic problems. Eventually, we get to know how to make space marines with military funding. That's wild. Sometimes I wonder if these similar designs that pop up resemble satanic symbols are intentional by the designers, or was it the idea that the devil placed in the designers' minds? Oh man. Remember the panic over Labubus? I mean, those things look demonic, bro. And apparently there was a Simpsons episode, Simpsons episode that talked about like Pazuzu. And I was like, dude, there's no way that the Simpsons got like all of these predictions right. Like even Family Guy, right? Kind of insane stuff. And I think there was like another one about the island, right? There was an island episode that had some of the keywords that we've seen in the files today. So I don't know what to believe anymore, bro. This world is so upside down. All right, so we've got the conductor here. We've got the people running out around in their little crazy outfits. We've got the red, yellow, and blue paint coming down. We've got people in all their colors. This is like Whack-A-World level stuff. People dancing, people in like black and white. Dude, this is so... Honestly, like, even if it's not satanic, it's kind of cringe. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of cringe. Bro, that place looks like a Beyblade ball. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like, it's like just a bunch of... Like, how much did they pay these people? Oh my gosh. I see Kirsha's live right now. I wonder if she's talking about the Olympics. What is this? The music sheet? Who's this guy? Is this supposed to represent like great musicians from time? I wish I could put the volume up. Savannah Gutierrez from the Today Show. Okay. That doesn't sound good. The Wiggles? Yeah, the Wiggles. Pazuzu was Futurama, unless the Simpsons did it too. No, the Simpsons did do it. Like, go look it up. Pazuzu. Yeah, look it up. Pazuzu was Futurama. Oh, okay, I just read that. Hold on. What if the shows didn't predict, but it was really a warning? I mean, we'll never, like, truly know. That's the thing, though. They look like an ugly crayon. That's facts. Dude, they even have coffee pots in here? Like, what the heck is this? Oh my gosh, this is so cringe, dude. Don't you think it's the devil trying to get more ridiculous? Like, he's just showing his face, don't care anymore because he doesn't have a lot of time left? I was really thinking, too, because I saw something in Daniel, and I'm going to talk about it, that the devil may actually be a man here on earth, and the angels as well, and eventually they're going to hell, but they were allowed to come back and deceive for this final hour. For whatever purpose, I have some different theories about it, because the Hollywood people are weird, and it is what is like all the politicians and all different people just placed. Like, what if central casting is just a bunch of watchers? What is... Okay, first of all, this person needs to proofread their stuff, man. What the heck? In order that Satan should not outwit us, for we are not unaware of his schemes. Men focused on comfort. I mean, yeah, like, society has given over to, like, its debased desires, man. It's kind of crazy. I disagree with this individual on, like, God let them come back. I mean, they've been on this earth for, like, a long time after they were cast out from heaven. Like, let's be honest. Like, what do you mean, like, they were allowed back on earth? They've been on earth since the fall. Like, what is this? What is this? Like, before the fall, rather. Sorry. Did we forget what happened in Genesis? and how the Bible, like, explains, like, how Lucifer got, like, cast out or something? Like, did we forget? Hello, babe. Would you like to join me as we talk about Pazuzu and all this demonic crap? Sorry, garbage. language.
Gosh, no, I mean, considering you just dropped all those words at the same time, that's pretty wild. But yeah, I'm here for it. I'm gonna go allow this schizo post moment. There we go. That's allowed in chat. Anyway, I am going to sit beside you and be like still partially startled because my stream is at least 20 minutes behind and I didn't expect you to even pop in with me. But hello,
I mean,
hi,
I've
I'm
been
going
in
to
here for like a while. I can share my screen with you. Might make my computer explode, but that's alright.
Thank you for blowing up your computer for my sake. Yes, explode! All right.
Well, babe, all I have to say is this stuff, like, maybe it is performative Satanism. Maybe it isn't. I don't know, but like, it's cringe. At the very least, it's cringe. All this is demonic nonsense, you know. All right, well, that was that post, and then people,
Okay.
you know, have been posting like, you know, reject satanic symbolism, embrace Christianity. You know, people saying, you know, wait, what's this one? The Canaanites lived here. They sacrificed their children to the satanic effigy ball. It's called the Star of Rephaim in the Bible. There is no Star of David in the Bible. I mean, I don't know if this is true or not. I don't even know what's AI anymore. Like, it's so, like, how do you sort between the like the truth and the lies, man?
Right. I mean, historically, there are going to be different things related to, I almost said architecture. I'm thinking of, what is Indiana Jones considered? He's an archaeologist, right? Archaeology.
Yeah, I
couldn't
think
think of
so.
the word. So, in regard to the study of archaeology, I don't know about this hexagram over here, but yeah, the Star of David is a hexagram. That's a hexagram. Usually pentagrams, which are 5-pointed, are associated with it. But of course, any star with a circle typically is also associated with the devil. So, I'm not gonna think too much about that in regard to that particular interaction.
I got you. Also, Tatcha made a really good point. Yeah, definitely we don't want to attribute more to the devil than we should. Because people, like, right, we have free will and people can do whatever they want. But I would argue that there is a line between good and evil, and if you're not worshiping Christ, you know, you are not on like the correct side. Now, obviously, even if you're not Christian, you know, we can still be respectful and talk about it, you know, but ultimately, right, from a Christian perspective, there is no, like, I don't think there's really a gray area. I think, to me, like, gray is more like we don't quite understand, or there might be good and bad things mixed in, so it isn't quite like good or bad. But, you know, God definitely knows the line between like good and evil, like who's on his side and who's not, right? But people can be very wicked, of course. I 100% agree with that. You know, human agency is also part, but there are people who are actively, you know, I'm gonna word it this way, and sorry if it's like kind of crass, but some people are in bed with the devil, right? You know, witchcraft, it's a very real thing. You know, some people participate in witchcraft without even knowing that it's like witchcraft. And, you know, Hollywood and a lot of these like big, you know, stars and stuff, like if you dive deep into it, they were like caught up in some really dark things, like Aleister Crowley. I forget the other guy's names, but he's like a big one, right? All of this, you know, it's a fight for souls. It's a fight for the mind. And if you're not, you know, worshiping Christ, you know, you're putting yourself subject to, you know, the evils. And yeah, of course, you ultimately have like free will. You can make a choice. You can say, well, I don't believe in God because of XYZ reason, right? But like from a Christian perspective, I'm going to say, like, if you're not following Christ, you know, you are opening yourself up to things that are not very good. Now, my hope is that more people come to Christ, but you can never force people, right, to do that. You know, a relationship with Christ should be voluntary. Always. For sure.
Absolutely. I think that really gives us a nod to the, many will say, yes, Lord, but not enter the kingdom of heaven. And there's a lot of different circumstances, but if we are not truly following God fully with our heart, soul, and mind, we are not really adhering to God's principles, to the love of Christ. And if we can't do that, then we really don't give the people the opportunity to choose that. We just say, oh, you have to do this.
This is probably an edit, by the way.
connect.
I think this is an edit. Sorry, babe, to interrupt you. I was just wanting to answer someone really quick, but yeah. You can go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I mean, you scroll down and now I can see it's got a little thumbnail, trademark symbol of CNN. So, I mean,
Oh, I didn't even
really
see
know what
that.
to feel about that at this point. But, you know, aside from seeing CNN up there, yeah, when I think about this, there are a lot of different circumstances surrounding faith. And when it's forced upon people, that is the opposite of what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to say, pick up your cross and follow Christ. Pick up your cross and follow me is what he said. He didn't say force this upon people. Essentially, all of the punishments of the world are for the world, and the punishments of God are for God. And we have to give ourselves over to God. We have to die to this world to live in Christ. And in order to do that, it's not forcing people to follow him. It's bringing him to the world to live the way he wanted us to. And when we go back and look at everything that has been done, if we really truly understand and know our faith and continue developing our faith and continue supporting one another in Christ, being accountability partners, being teachers, being those who share in a community, those sort of things we do together allow us to essentially continue growing. But the intention is never to force everybody to adhere to it. This isn't a forced theocracy. It's a genuine call to choose the life of Christ rather than to choose a secular life. I see that you have stretched an AI overview from Google.
Yeah, I did the Google image search. So if this is truly from CNN, according to this AI overview, this image captures the moment the Olympic cauldron was lit at the Arco de la Paz in Milan during the opening ceremony of the 2026 Winter Olympics on the 6th. Thank you, Anonymous, for the $25 contribution on Throne. Appreciate ya. God bless you. Thank you so much. And this is talking about like the cauldron and stuff. So it looks like they got a pretty good shot of it. I mean, look, as eerie as this looks, I think this is still like as a ex-photographer, I can appreciate this shot looking pretty well done.
No, I can.
Looks like
it
this might be
follows the rule of thirds. It does a lot of nice things to take care of the shot. So no, I actually really agree with that.
But
in
like
the sense of them, yeah.
We were talking about the color red, and honestly, to me, this looks really eerie. Like, it's dark, right? And when you put like red against like dark stuff, and you know, there's like these lights and stuff going off, it looks like fire.
I mean, it is fire. I don't think, like, if this is based on Dante Alighieri, he goes through all the 9 layers of hell, right? So I mean,
yeah.
The fact that if it's based on Dante and Leonardo da Vinci at the same time, like, regardless, they both have religious symbolism in their works, so it's very obviously intended to be hell in this circumstance. There's no other way around it. There's no, oh yeah, we're talking about the Greek stuff. Yeah, no, this is exactly that. By the way, I actually did some research on the table from the 2024 Olympics, and the Last Supper painting by Leonardo da Vinci predated the painting that they were trying to associate it with, which, by the way, the painting that they were associating with the Feast of Dionysus was painted for an elite of the bureaucratic class, right? Some higher up elites who wanted a bunch of various pagan paintings in his thing. I think personally that person would have been a fan of Epstein and they would have hung out on the island. But aside from that,
I don't think you should avoid saying his full name. Say Jeff Ep. before we get
anyway.
Badung badang by YouTube.
So Jeff
or my boy Yef. No, actually don't say my boy Yef. That's not right either. that sounds horrible.
Anyway, Yef Bean over here, he was definitely probably going to be a friend of this elite guy from the 1600s. Anyway, yeah, no, that painting actually came after the Last Supper painting, which I thought was very interesting, and it was brought back by that sort of thing. I see that we have a is that a donation chat?
Yeah, Servant just gave it $2. Yeah, I think they've gone mask off in a lot of things, but Philip, we're not trying to say that the athletes who are participating or people in the audience are like all evil. I'm mostly talking about the people who are hosting the Olympics, and kind of like they probably like, and maybe it's not all of them, but you know, the higher you go up on the food chain, I'm sure that a lot of them have like, you know, satanic mindset and things like that. So I'm not talking about the actual athletes themselves. I'm sure a lot of them are really just there, right, to show off their skill and their hard work that they did throughout the year. I have no doubt about that. But I would say that, again, the people who host this and are in charge of like the shows, again, as someone who has studied like design, color theory, you know, we were just talking about the rule of thirds, right? This image, I mean, again, really great photograph, but it's very eerie. It's very eerie, and not saying that the person who wrote that really long thing about like Dante's Inferno is correct, but imagine, you know, again, it starts like here, it's all dark and eerie, but eventually they go into more winter landscape where things are white, silvers and blues, and it's going from like this dark kind of demonic like imagery to quote unquote light, which is, you know, not the light of Christ, but the light of like enlightenment or whatever. I don't know if we'll get there, but I'm gonna see if I can find a video or something, because this is just like the opening, right?
Oh, okay. So it's supposed to become lighter and brighter towards the end, but it's not.
This person's like
out in the lowest. Wow, these people are really cool.
Wait,
Sometimes
big
ad
government is the
hominems
answer.
make
We're not
people-
friends. Proud conservative fact checker. Challenge. I'll like stream it.
Bro is chaos incarnate. I think that he's ready to go for the world. He's gonna throw all those ad hominems at whatever people he doesn't like. Oh my gosh.
Wild stuff, dude. I mean, look. Okay, so
Absolutely.
here's the one in this is France versus you know, and a lot of people were actually happy with the Milan one because it's like a stark contrast between. Okay, here's the music, and it looks like I put it in picture by accident, and we're definitely not gonna play the music to avoid a copyright strike, or it can not mute. There we go. Dude, this is so disgusting. Like what? Like.
Honestly, I wouldn't
Ew.
even want to see that on Twitch. But no, I agree. Pretty disgusting.
I mean, this one seemed better overall. And this looks like it's
Yeah.
during like the actual like event itself, but the opening was definitely eerie. So maybe they started out with like, you know, we're just gonna shock them with some evil, and then, you know, we'll get normal between. This was just like a freak show the entire time. Like,
Yeah, I can get behind that. It's
Ugh.
France. France is always a freak show,
I know it's always
at least in my
weird.
opinion.
And then
What
here,
was
Alright.
the symbolism all about?
I mean, true.
We see the pentagram underneath.
I think this
the
person's
royal
trolling.
arch.
Oh yeah.
Was this a ritual?
Wait, what?
this guy's trolling.
Obviously, the
Oh my
inverted
gosh.
pent. The
Gee.
Freemasonic Holy Royal Arch. The beginning of the ceremony showed the
He's not
four
serious,
rivers
is
of
he?
Eden to Atlantis
Oh,
and Hyperborea. The Olympic torch
Not
bearers
Snoop Dogg!
is the
No,
Illuminati
Snoop
torch
Dogg!
bearers. The pentagram is the rose. It is connected to
Just wondering, like, is
Venus.
he from Italy?
The royal
I don't
arch
think he
is a astrological calendar. What was the symbolism?
Okay, so now it's repeating. All right. So what we gathered from this post is pentagram, of course. What was the second one? Do you know, with all the different colors? Are you familiar with that one?
No, I'm not. I don't even
I'm
know
not
what the heck
either.
this is.
Pentagram
I am curious.
underneath the royal
'Cause
arch.
it looks familiar, but I couldn't break it down.
Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, this is.
Okay. So when I look at this,
I don't know
think
if it's
of
like
people who
AI
are
or the
like-
guy's just like he's trolling really hard. I can't
I mean,
tell.
that's true. Do you see these two people waving here? I just imagine, like, let's imagine that the elites are like definitely completely 100% behind this, like being a totally evil satanic ritual, and then these two people are just two athletes who are like happy to be like, hey mom, I'm on TV, you know. It's
Number
it's
7, Burger King foot lettuce. not
Burger
the
King.
not the foot
Burger
lettuce.
King, you know, where?
Oh.
Wait, where's the Burger King foot lettuce? Was it me?
No, I think Jimothy was just trolling.
Yo,
The unholy ball or the holy ball said it's a pentangle, not a pentagram. Okay, sorry. Okay, well, you know, I love that you guys are correcting because I'm a bit of a dummy, so gotta do some corrections here while I speak. Hey, so how goes the deep dive? I mean, I don't know how deep we're gonna really get, but I just find all of this fascinating. Snoop Dogg is an Argatha right now. Okay, got you. Oh, that is the old tarot symbols. Okay, I was thinking the same exact thing. Or number 13, can I have a number 13 from Smiling Friends? Oh man, video voice over
Okay.
sounds like the same as that old meme. No, yeah, I think it has to be a troll, but I find it like so
Was
fascinating
this
that
a
bros
ritual?
pointing this stuff.
Obviously,
Oh, is
the
this supposed to have
inverted
sound?
pent.
Yeah, can you not hear
The
it?
no, I couldn't.
Why didn't you say anything? You're trolling.
Oh, I didn't. I thought you turned off all the sound for all these things.
No, I
So I
didn't.
just assumed. My fault.
Freemasonic.
Here, I'm gonna have to start from the start because apparently my fiance here didn't hear a single thing.
What was the
Sorry, team, I failed.
symbolism all about? We see the pentagram underneath the royal arch.
I now understand.
Was this
it really
a
does give me.
ritual? Obviously, the inverted pent. The Freemasonic Holy Royal Arch.
Bro's so done with life,
Beginning
bro.
of
It's
the
so uncanny.
ceremony showed the
15, can I
four
get a number
rivers of
50?
Eden
You can get a
connected
knuckle
to
sandwich.
Atlantis and
Can I get a McDouble
Hyperborea.
with some
The
extra
Olympic
cheese?
torch bearers
My
is
favorite
the
chain.
Illuminati torch bearers. The pentagram is
Oh,
the
that's terrible.
rose. It is connected to Venus. The royal arch is a astrological calendar. What was the symbolism?
Bro, I can't. Like, I want to give him like a like for how dry and done he sounds. Oh man. Oh my gosh. The inverted star is more than what you're trying to convince. It is protection from the very source you say it's for. Is this woman a witch? Teresa is a paralegal graduate. Oh goodness. Of course.
I don't know. I think that might be worse.
The
But yeah,
Church of Chaton.
true.
Dude, this stuff is crazy, bro.
After. So I have this thing about saying demon names. I'm not a fan of saying demon names, right? So
I ain't scared of them. They ain't got no power over me. They've been trying hard. They ain't gonna win. Dude, look
True.
at Bad Bunny, bro. Like, okay. Look, I'm probably not gonna watch the halftime show. If anything, maybe on Tuesday we can make, or next Sunday we can make fun of the halftime show or something. But like,
he has
dominoes
Lego
for
shoes?
fingernails? Are you serious? What is this, bro?
I think he does have Lego shoes. He has to.
The Last Mimsy. Anybody know what this? I feel like I watched this before. The Last Mimsy.
The Last Mimsy. I mean,
Anybody in chat watch this movie, The Last Mimsy? What is this about?
is that a new movie? I'm not
Siblings
familiar
Emma
with
and Noah discover a box full of strange items they believe are toys. As the children play with the objects, their parents and teacher notice that their intelligence level is growing by leaps and bounds. Emma reveals that her favorite toy, a stuffed rabbit called Mimsy, talks to her and has an important message from the future. Okay, I did watch this. I
This
did
sounds
watch
kinda familiar.
this. The point of The Last Mimsy is that humanity's future is dying due to DNA corruption from pollution. Oh, this must have been like one of those climate change movies before people started figuring out that this is oh, I definitely did watch this movie as a kid. Might watch it again
So it's been a
though.
while.
Yeah, I remember because of the stuffed rabbit. Yeah.
Oh, that's fair. The Stuffed Rabbit would probably give back some sort of memory. I
This
am
is
not familiar with it.
wild.
But
Take
yeah,
care, Philip. God
there's
bless
not a
you.
lot of. Oh, someone lurked.
Thank you guys for the super chats. Really appreciate you all. Thank you, Servant. Thank you, Lethal Weeaboo. Zemdevant, AJ, Cy Maverick. Thank you guys. Foen Alcacer, thank you so much again for your support. You guys are really amazing. And we're getting really close to our super chat goal here on YouTube, so I appreciate you guys for that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wait,
I put it out of like
question.
10, so like at least like, you know, getting 5 of our $5 super chats is one of the goals I have for the stream, so we'll see.
Oh, that's cool. So, is that like a YouTube goal? Or is that a goal you set specifically? Like, is that
On
what you're
YouTube, you
talking
can
about?
set like super chat goals.
That's really
it's
cool.
just-
I had no idea.
Yeah. Well, good luck in the Los Angeles Summer Olympics. Oh, dude, if we're still around by then, we're definitely going over the Los Angeles Olympics because we know that LA is the hub for a lot of evil and disgusting behavior that I can't like fully say out loud right on stream so we don't get in trouble. Pointing up is the protection. Supposedly pointing down is evil. But the thing is that see, my thing with like magic, right? People are like, oh, but there's good magic. There's white magic and there's black magic, which is evil. Both of them are equally evil because you're relying on demonic power. Like, demons will play whatever side to convince anybody for anything. And then obviously, again, you know, we cannot remove the agency from people. There are truly wicked people in this world and people who will pretend to be good. But like, to me, like, the idea of white magic, you're still relying on something that is not the Lord Jesus Christ. So that's just like me again from a Christian perspective.
And
What is wrong with
that's
this?
crazy.
No, Elmo.
Elmo's
I almost said
dropping
Elmo.
some true evil. He was in the files too. Anyway, aside from that, that's crazy. I would say that, for example, Lucifer appeared as an angel of light, right? He was considered like the most quote unquote beautiful angel. And there are other factors, like, for example, the devil appears and tempts Jesus and uses verses from the Torah, from the Old Testament, to quote unquote, like, try to convince him to sin, right? Tempt him into evil. And when we look at all these people trying to say that, oh, it's all good, I mean, where is this power coming from?
Yeah, it's not good at all.
Yeah, sure.
It's
In
just
some
another lie
cases.
of the devil.
Yeah, and I would say in some cases, sure, there might be some sort of just a lot of situations where people are just kind of spouting gibberish and just pretending things are happening. But in the cases where some strange supernatural event does occur because of this quote unquote magic, where is that power coming from? And I think that's really the main direction on that side, is that if it is evil, it's coming from a place of darkness, right? We could have, like, quote unquote good magic, but what's the trade-off? What is happening? And all in all, if we're doing that, we're giving someone else our attention and our souls. We're giving them over to someone other than God. We can't be a servant of two masters. And a lot of people in different, especially in like folk, people who are, you know, quote unquote Christian and practice like folk voodoo, all of those types of things. Santeria, I think, is one. All of those people are giving themselves over to these dark powers, regardless of if they are quote unquote effective or not. We can't be giving ourselves over to the devil. We have to give ourselves over to God. And sure, no one on earth is good but God. And I guess that's the thing, is that we're all capable of doing evil. But by obeying two masters, who in that moment are we going to? And I think that's really the main focus, is that if we are giving that attention to something other than God, where's that power being drawn from?
And that's the thing, like, and here Ash Williams mentioned, if magic would have been a good thing, it would have been mentioned in the Bible. And I mean, it is mentioned in the Bible, but I think it was Solomon. I can't remember if it was Solomon or who, but when he tried using like necromancy or whatever to talk to like a spirit or something, you know, I think he got in trouble with one of the prophets for trying to do magic. And the Bible warns against witchcraft of any kind, right? That's demonic. It's not of God, right? Only God. We should only be relying like on God's power, not on the enemy who's seeking to kill and destroy. Not only that, tying it back into kind of like modern Hollywood. You know, I don't want to go too deep into like conspiracies or anything, but you know, Aleister Crowley, Anton LaVey, which somebody had mentioned earlier. Thank you, because I keep forgetting the guy's name. You know, those people were into some really dark and disgusting things that I can't even talk about here on stream. And again, those were people that gave their hearts over, you know, to the devil. Andrew, I think is your name. I think I just unhid your channel, so you should be able to talk on your Oh, I accidentally closed my tabs. No.
You did. Even I was closed.
No, oh my tab.
Well, in the meantime, while you open that, I did find two different examples from the Bible. So
yeah, you can go ahead if you want to
particularly-
read them, babe.
Yeah,
You can do that.
yeah. While you're getting that pulled up, particularly Saul.
It was Saul.
in-
Okay, not
Yes,
Solomon.
in
Sorry.
So you, I think, had mentioned Samuel, which is actually the
No, I didn't
book
mention.
we're
Samuel.
talking about.
But I think that was
so this
the
is-
prophet's name. I don't honestly, like, I have to
So-
reread the Old Testament.
It's okay. It's okay. I think I've only read through Samuel once, so I'll have to go back through it a bit more. But for Samuel, let me make sure I'm reading this from NKJV for you. This is Samuel, verse
Is
20.
this symbol?
I think it's the first book of Samuel, chapter 28. Now it happened in those days that the Philistines gathered their armies together for war to fight with Israel, And Achish said to David, "You assuredly know that you will go out with me to battle, you and your men." So David said to Achish, "Surely you know what your servant can do." And Achish said to David, "Therefore I will make you one of my chief guardians forever." And in this next section, Saul consults the medium, right? This is the necromantic concept of contacting the dead, right? So, verse 3, now Samuel had died, and all Israel had lamented for him and buried him in Ramah, in his own city. And Saul had put the mediums and spiritists out of the land. Then the Philistines gathered together and came and encamped at Shunem. So Saul gathered all Israel together, and they encamped at Gilboa. When Saul saw the army of the Philistines, he was afraid, and his heart trembled greatly. And when Saul inquired of the Lord, the Lord did not answer him, either by dreams, or by Urim, or by the prophets. Then Saul said to his servants, "Find me a woman who is a medium, that I may go to her and inquire of her." And his servant said to him, "In fact, there is a woman who is a medium at Endor." So Saul disguised himself and put on other clothes, and he went, and 2 men with him. And they came to the woman by night. And he said, "Please conduct a seance for me, and bring up for me the one I shall name to you." And this is later mentioned in Chronicles, where it states plainly that Saul died because of his unfaithfulness, including consulting the dead. So that is sort of taking that scripture and kind of just mentioning what happened here. But the intention he has here is to talk with Samuel, thinking that he would have a better understanding. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that really quick because it does happen, but it is condemned both by the Bible in various sections, but there is an example in the Bible where a seance is requested by someone who is supposed to be the high priest, the king of the country, before David became king, right? So it's still important to look into. But I wasn't sure if you got everything pulled up.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah,
Sweet.
don't look up unless you're... also, apparently, according to Caddy, Leaflet had done, like, tarot card readings and stuff before. And she said that, like, really weird stuff was, like, happening to her. Okay, so Catabella said, "I was watching one of Leaflet's videos covering the files, and as she discussed a supernatural demon experience she had when she used to do tarot card readings, and it was low-key terrifying to listen to. Do not mess with stuff you don't fully understand," which I completely agree. You know, you don't want to open any doors. It's really, like, people don't understand that the spiritual realm is real. And it's, as a Christian, you can say, "Oh, but, like, you know, this sounds like you're doing witchcraft," or, "Oh, don't be so silly." Well, God is a spiritual being, so you know, the Bible even says, right, we're not fighting against, like, flesh and blood. We're fighting against the principalities and the powers of this world. So
Yes, absolutely.
a lot of the stuff that sounds like really conspiracy theory, like, yeah, there might be some lies mixed in here, but there's also some real truths, right, of the spiritual world. So this is the person that I used in the thumbnail, the Patriot Voice, and he said, "It really doesn't get any more in your face than this. A clearly visible upside down pentagram at the opening ceremony of the Olympics, revelation of the method. As if you need more proof that this world is run by Satan and his minions. This doesn't look like the Winter Olympics. It looks like a scene from hell. The evil is palpable." And I just recently got into community notes, but I don't want to expose my username, of course. So I'm gonna go ahead and not click on that. And then this person here said, "The Olympic ceremony looks like what aliens think a human ritual is. Strange robes, synchronized weirdness, fire. Why does it always look like a cult initiation for planet Earth?" And then if I click open here, Patriot Voice says it's just satanic. And then this person's like, "Major global events often tap into archetypal ritualistic imagery to create a sense of submission and awe. Whether you call it satanic, technocratic, or elitist ritual, the effect is the same. It feels intentionally cult-like." And then this person here is like, "But this contradicts the rule that they must be in secret. Maybe the satanic part is that you're convinced that this is satanic when it's not. It also looks like an atom model or wired disconnected Earth. What the heck is all this?
Fascinating.
Putting monkeys in a cage with a ladder and a banana on top. What is this supposed to even mean, bro? What?
Oh my gosh.
This is
I'm
wild.
not sure. So you're looking at this right now, right?
Yeah, I'm looking. Oh, right. I have to share my screen again with you. Sorry.
It's okay. No, it's okay. Everything crashed.
Not that
Totally
it
fine.
crashed. It's that I accidentally closed it out.
Everything got destroyed. It doesn't matter how it happened. Ooh,
Okay.
I hear the vibes.
Yeah, we're vibing. We're doing all of this for the vibes, chat. So what do we think about the monkeys, guys? What do the monkeys have to say? It's not racist, right? If we call them monkeys.
Saiyans?
I'm gonna look on the
Anyway,
video that Leaflet is talking about terrifying. She said she felt a hand grab her and throw her across the bedroom. Oh my!
sounds like-
Can somebody send me the link to that video? I want to watch that. Not
Yeah,
for
that
like
sounds
the
like
fun of it,
Frieza
but like
stuff
I'd
right
like to
there.
learn.
Talking about monkeys getting choked and thrown across the room. But yeah, I want to know how long ago that was, and I think I'll be praying for her
Yeah.
very shortly, because honestly, that's very unfortunate that she had to go through that and even considered doing any tarot readings. So
I
I'll have to
mean, I
definitely
think
pray
she's
for
moved
her.
on from a lot of that stuff. It looks like, which
That's
is good.
I did find the Bible verse you were talking about, the one with the principalities. I don't mind reading it. It would be verses 10 through 20.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. So here's a list of the Satanic Olympic Games. The Olympic Games is not just one big perverted satanic ritual. So I think one thing I want to look up is the previous. I'm sure that there's a video or something out by now, but like the different ones that they have. So the Pale Horse of the Apocalypse, Baal Demon, the Voyager, which is Lucifer, the Headless Angels, the Headless Women, Women in Chains, Giant Baby with a hooded death figure standing over it, Industrial Dark Ceremony, Mass Satanic Figures, Ritual Circles, Formations of Dark Hooded Figures, Tower Babel, the Apocalypse, Disaster Scenes, Perverted Anti-Christian Themes. So here's a video. Hopefully there is no copyrighted music, but I don't know if this is gonna be, real or someone's just, putting this together, right? There's a lot of noise when it comes to a lot of this stuff, but one thing I can tell across all of this is that there seems to be some sort of dark themes and things connected, but people online, right, there's probably people planted here to say no, that's not true, oh, you're just crazy, you're just a conspiracy theorist. And then that's one thing I'm trying to figure out, like, as we go along and do more reacts, is like, how do I filter out the noise? And that's something I still kind of struggle with, to be honest. Okay, this is music that I probably cannot play, so I'm gonna go ahead and not do that. So this looks to be previous Olympic Games, like, openings and potential closings, and I think the person had listed them here. The heck are these? I kind of want to. Oh my gosh! What the heck is that? You guys saw that?
I did, certainly.
What the heck is that? Ew! Is that actually a
Gosh.
giant baby? What the heck?
Wow.
That looks so freaky, dude.
That is freaky.
Oh my goodness.
Man, it's like people don't watch the Olympics anymore, so they just want to hit you with shock value. Like, sure, I've seen someone skiing 500
Thank you,
times. I don't
Charge
wanna-
Wolf. I've got the video here, and you said around the 18-minute mark, so I'll have that open. We can react to that. I love her
Okay.
intro. It's so cute. Yeah. Okay. So we've got the weird-looking baby thing. I remember this was one that I was talking about before, with like the really weird, like, shadowy, like, figure with the
Gives
conductor.
me Voldemort vibes.
Yeah. So creepy. I can't, like, even if it's not satanic, it's just creepy, dude.
I mean,
These are just
yeah,
weird. This is just weird,
Yeah.
dude.
It's very odd. Was that
The
supposed
Pale
to
Horse
be
is the Reaper's
Marie
horse, right?
Antoinette?
I don't know, but it's just so weird, man.
Yeah, I really don't like seeing the blue dude.
Yeah, no, it's an offense to the Last Supper piece, yeah.
Absolutely. The whole debauchery of that Last Supper piece is disturbing. That blue dude, I'm just uncomfortable with overall.
Yeah. Looks like a Harry Potter Death Eater, yeah.
Yo.
What is that, Voldemort? I love reading chat. You guys are great. Yeah, I think someone linked me the video. I'll go ahead and once we go through all of these, we can definitely watch that. So this person's saying satanic symbolism was right out in the open as usual during the opening ceremony for the 2026 Winter Olympics. This is nothing new as they mocked the Last Supper during a prior opening ceremony. They are showing you who they are and who they worship. The satanic star or inverted pentagram is a 5-pointed star with 1 point facing down and 2 points up, often symbolizing chaos, individualism, and the inversion of traditional spiritual order. It is the primary goal of the Church of Satan, commonly featuring an inscribed goat's head, the sigil of Baphomet. So,
Right.
I mean, people could just be going up like far, right? And making that conclusion. I'm still not entirely sure if that's what they were going for, but again, when I look at this from afar, right? When I look at the whole scene and how it's dark and how it looks like there's fire everywhere, to me, even if, let's say, if you just look at the sphere by itself, maybe it doesn't give away, but like when you like zoom out, right, and you see the whole thing, it's freaky, man. It's uncanny. I don't like it.
Absolutely. I mean, regardless of intentions, different concepts that we visualize will give us different understandings. That's kind of how art works, right? And it can mean something to like a few different people, but if the majority of people who are watching something from Christian perspectives are going to see that and it represents something evil, it's going to represent that evil thing. I mean, they can't really get around that. But yeah.
I mean, true. Look, at the end of the day, I don't think that they have like any real power, but we have to remember that even within those groups, right, the enemy is still going to use them in a way. And I think overall, the fact that they just, you know, again, it's a big FU to Christians. You know, we need to be able to stand firm in our faith and tell them, no, God is the way. So sure, maybe like on their own, they don't really have any power. Like the Church of Satan, again, you know, foolish people, but those foolish people can still be used by the enemy and they need Christ. So, again, I'm not saying that they're these all-powerful crazy beings, but there might be a handful of them that are truly like in there, like deep in the trenches, who believe, and they're very dangerous. So, this person here, Striker Calls, they've been open about this on Twitter, so I don't think it's a problem to mention it, but he is openly like a Freemason, if I remember. Yeah, so Messianic Jew and a Scottish Rite Freemason. I follow him because we've had some okay conversations, you know, but he says he messaged Messianic Jew with the Scottish Rite Freemason of the 32nd degree. I don't know what that even means. And apparently he does a deliverance ministry or exorcism. So he's very open about his beliefs, and he says that, you know, Masonry is actually like, they still worship God. But I've heard a lot of bad things about Masonry, so I'm not sure. And obviously I'm not in it, so I wouldn't know the answer. But he's saying that the G in the compass is meant to represent God as way and the great architect of the universe. And he, you know, the language here, right? To not mix in the symbols with Satanism, but I don't know, like, if anybody who knows more about Masonry than I do might want to chime in. And Striker, if you're here, I definitely don't hate you or anything. You know, you're still welcome in my community without a doubt. But this is a topic that is of big kind of confusion for me, because I've heard so many bad things about, you know, the Freemasons and some of the evil, debaucherous things that they've done throughout history. It doesn't seem very, very clean of a history, but I mean, I don't know.
I guess my thing is that historically, organizations of any type, once they have some sort of power, they can tend to abuse that power and do evil things. So, for example, Freemasonry, I would have to learn more about it specifically to understand its theological issues. But aside from that, I mean, there are a lot of people who say they worship God that are not obviously Christians, so it would definitely be taken with a grain of salt, something we would have to definitely do some deep research into to understand. I think at least that would kind of be the direction we would want to go to. But what are your thoughts on that, I guess?
I mean, I need to learn more, because I've heard a lot of like bad stuff about them, and Greenlock said there's a reason the Knights of Columbus were made to counter the Freemasons. So again, I know a little bit, but I don't know enough. I think that's the problem. I need to do more research.
Oh, really? I've been invited to the Knights of Columbus so much. That's crazy. That's actually really cool. I didn't know that. We'll have to take a look at that for sure. Both Freemasonry and the Knights of Columbus in that sort of relationship they have. Let's see.
Oh boy. Well, this person say, I say this as a former Catholic who started reading the Bible and plainly observed God and the Pope. Plainly observed God and the Pope do not agree. Catholicism has a lot of paganism meshed into it. The truest form of what I don't like. This person's already wrong saying Yahusha. Like, oh my goodness. Okay, I know where they're coming from. And the apostles did on earth today called Messianic Judaism. Oh goodness gracious. Here we go. Oh, I'm gonna go ahead and kind of ignore that. Same vibe as parents all over again. They're openly showing who they worship now, and I'm the one left feeling disgusted. I mean, what the heck is this? Is this real? There's no way this is real. Helion Academy of Independent Learning is coming to Edgewood Elementary School.
Reading the book on the Masons and Their Lies by Michael Witkoff. He is an
Sponsored by
to Orthodox Christianity.
That's crazy.
What is this, bro? There's no way this is real. Is this real? Anybody from Ohio can confirm this?
I mean, it sounds like something that would start in Ohio. Is that in Ohio? Are you serious?
Yeah, this is Marysville.
Oh my gosh.
Marysville, Ohio.
I skipped over Ohio because I just thought it was a bad omen. Wow, it really is in Ohio. That's crazy.
Jim Farm, thank you for the $20 super chat. He said, the multicolored upside down pentagram is similar to the Eastern Star that my great-grandmother. That is similar to the Eastern Star that my great-grandmother. It is related to the Masons. The Masons are related to Islam with the Shriners, and they say Christianity is a way, not the way. Oh. Okay. So I'm curious about like people who are Freemasons, but they're saying that it's supposed to be about God. So maybe they're not talking about the God of the Bible, but a God, but just not the God of the Bible. Maybe that's what's going on. I'm not sure though. The Freemasons are not a religious group. It's literally an organization of Masons, as in material builders, stonemason guilds that became a fraternity. So would you say, Holy Ball, that people have corrupted what the Freemasons were supposed to be, and it's been kind of hijacked by a different group that have taken like the name and they made it into what people are kind of like talking about, right? The more evil, you know, anti kind of like Christian group. I'm not sure. I would suggest reading the book on the Masons and Their Lies by Michael Witkoff. He is an ex-Freemason who converted to Orthodox Christianity. Okay, thank you, Based Slowboy, for the $5 super chat. I will go ahead and make a different tab, and I will go ahead and see if I can get a copy of this book at some point. I have so many things I need to read and catch up on because I want to make like a lot of content on stuff like this in the future, and looking at it from a Christian perspective would be really cool, and having people kind of on and talking about these different kind of topics for sure. I appreciate you sharing that with me.
Yes, thank you for putting that in the chat. Do you want me to send you the name of the book so you can just remember
No,
that?
I got it.
Okay, gotcha. Alright. I did find the Bible verse from Ephesians 6 regarding principalities. I can read through that for a moment if you want.
You can go ahead. That's fine.
Sure. So this is Ephesians chapter 6. This is the New King James Version. Let's see. We're starting with verse 10. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that you may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this age, against spiritual hosts of wickedness in the heavenly places. Therefore, take up the whole armor of God, that you may be able to withstand in the evil day, and having done all, to stand. Stand therefore, having girded your waist with truth, having put on the breastplate of righteousness, and having shod your feet with the preparation of the gospel of peace. Above all, taking the shield of faith with which you will be able to quench all the fiery darts of the wicked one, and take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God, praying always with all prayer and supplication in the Spirit, being watchful to this end with all perseverance and supplication for all the saints, and for me, that utterance may be given to me, that I may be open with my mouth boldly to make known the mystery of the gospel, for which I am an ambassador in chains, that in it I may speak boldly as I ought to speak.
So some people here are saying that they've had family members who are part of the Freemasons or were part of them. Some are saying that, you know, that it was satanic, and then other people are saying that it wasn't. So maybe it just depends on which one you're part of, and depending where it might be. So it could just be like, it depends. I don't know. I mean, maybe they got hijacked at some point by a group of people trying to cause trouble. I mean, I don't know. I just don't have enough information, but
It could be one of those things where it's a very widespread group where different local cultural significance affects that particular part of the world. So it might not be a bad idea to look into that a bit further in order to have this sort of discussion. But that's good to know, right?
yeah, I mean, I'm honestly at this point, I'm just like digesting what you guys are saying and trying to, with the bits and pieces of information that we're seeing here, trying to like piece it together. But I don't know if I'll ever like really fully understand it, to be honest. Looked up a local newspaper. The image was used in an article from November 2024. Oh goodness. It's all the same masonry. I don't know. People are saying though that it's like people from guilds and stuff just coming together, and some are saying that it's like evil. But okay, so I don't know if this image is true, but apparently like Freemasonry ceremony performed involving a rope placed around the initiating blade. Oh, what the? I don't know if I can read this here. Okay. Oh. Bro, this okay, that's just creepy if true. I don't know if this is true though.
Right. So I guess the main thing is that Freemasonry started with like a sort of stone masonry guild, right? Historically, like that, those sort of people were involved with it to begin with. So that is definitely a historical thing. And then on top of that, there could be some theological elements mixed into it. Oh, we're looking at the triangle. Well, that's great.
Well then that's a Freemasons are secular and need to obey a higher power, not specified. People say a lot of things. From what I heard about Norse pagan, you get the idea of a weekly and values when we've seen members who are among the elites of the society coordinating through the common association and fraternity and develop
Ohio
the
resident
cultures.
here. Many Freemason lodges around here. From my understanding, the Masons revere the Morning Star, a knowledge cult effectively.
Are you reading chat?
The Morning Star is another name for Mr. Red Horn Dude.
Oh,
looking at
so Stridium said, Ohio resident here, many Freemason lodges around here. From my understanding, the Masons revere the Morning Star, a knowledge cult effectively. The Morning Star is another name for Mr. Red Horn Dude. It's important to understand the Masons are not a religious group in tenets, it's a fraternity. Many religious people of different faiths and beliefs are part of it. They were absolutely condemned by the Catholics by the Pope, by Pope Clement in the 12th. I think I was watching Jay Dyer on something like that. He said that the certain Catholic groups were in cahoots with the Masons or something, but I would have to go back.
I could imagine that. I mean, like for example, different like Jesuits will work with different people who have different cultural backgrounds, and that's why Jesuits have kind of a bad rap, because sometimes Jesuits delve into heretical thinking, so it's important to bring them back in. But yeah, no, it's good job, Pope Clement, in that sense. Like if there was anything heretical happening, it's good to bring up, I think. But in the same sense, you know, everything has its own circumstances, so it's important to keep an eye out for it. Once again,
Okay.
I'm not too familiar with Freemasonry.
But okay, someone said that the G doesn't mean Gilgamesh. They said that God is like the architect, or he is like the way, and not it wasn't about Gilgamesh. So like this sounds like there's like a lot of conflicting information on this group.
Yeah, it could be like I mentioned before, it could be culturally diverse, like a different part of the world could celebrate it differently, and different like particular towns who have Freemasonry might have different beliefs going on, you know. So
Yeah.
it might have a bunch of different information.
Welcome in,
so-
Arthur.
Welcome in, person I couldn't understand his name. Did you say Arsurin?
Arthur.
The Shriners are a
Arthur?
subset of Masons, and look at John Wayne and Eisenhower
see.
photo and Islam
I failed this
imagery on
person's
their
name.
hats.
So are they on Twitch?
No, on YouTube. Jim Farm said the Shriners are a subset of Masons, and look at John Wayne and Eisenhower photo and Islam imagery on their hats. Bro, what? Oh my goodness. There's a lot of mystery wrapped around the Masons because they are secret and ritualistic and don't talk about the rituals openly. So, okay. Okay, and then here's an image from 1950 versus 2026 for the Olympics. What happened to the Olympics? And somebody, I don't know if I have the post pulled up, but they were like, well, you know, the Olympics, Olympus, you know, the gods. So like maybe even from its inception, you know, and it was just a matter of time before they started being more blatant about, you know, what they stand for. You know, this looks more innocent, right? And then this looks like a fiery, hellish landscape. So I'm curious, you know, was this a plan, you know, to gradually, like, at least during the opening and the closing shows, to get more and more darker? You know, of course, you know, there are people who are competing who are just probably there to compete, and maybe they don't care about this. But, you know, the world gets to see this on TV, and the world is being influenced. So I definitely do wonder, you know, about this kind of stuff. But, you know, the elites will definitely never want us to know what they're really thinking, and they will pit us against each other in our different, you know, ideas and whatever. I'm gonna go ahead and close this. Close that. Okay, and then this was someone who was kind of like speaking out against this whole thing, and they said, I need to step in here because conspiracy theories are starting to run wild. No Eye of Sauron, no Freemasons, none of that stuff. It's just the Arch of Peace in Milan, the Olympic cauldron, shapes inspired by Leonardo da Vinci's drawings. And this is what they were, you know, posting. They're going like against what people are saying. And then other people are here pointing out that the yellow lights were intentional for the upside down pentagram, you know, and everybody else knows it. So let me see.
Yeah, I mean,
then
if
people are
it's
like,
just the
sure.
drawings,
Yeah, but people are like, you know, they're subverting, they're taking these things and they're twisting it, and they're not hiding that they're evil anymore. Oh, this is where I got the whole Mount Olympus thing. They were like, okay, so this person right here said the Olympics is a pagan ritual, always was. Mount Olympus, dwelling of the gods. They called themselves Olympians. The games were in honor of them, mortals competing for their favor to win a medallion, signifying favor, gold, silver, bronze. They became celebrities, gaining access to the highest levels of society. It is what it is. No more pretending it is a secular event. So obviously people, you know, they're going back and forth. Some people are like, you know, you shouldn't be seeing any, you know, there's none of this, whatever. And that it's not like evil. Some people are saying, you know, it is evil, whatever. And this looks like an official video from Milano Cortina 2026. And this is the craftsmanship going behind what we saw.
oh wow. $1,440 linkages from 1.5 million to 5.9. Oh, it's meters. Oh, you know, that's fair. 13.5 tones.
I don't know. I don't
There's
know
some
how I
sort
feel
of
about
vibe
that.
going on.
They're not
Yeah.
hiding it because they're losing their hold now. God only exposes like this when he's about to remove such fools. Yeah, it wasn't pointing upwards during the actual show. It was pointing downwards. They rotated it around and it was looking down. Like, it wasn't like this when we saw the video. This was pointing down. So I mean, I don't know, man. It just seems like these little things like start to add up between like the colors, the location, the upside down thing, like I don't know, man. It just, hey Templar, how are you, Templar Knight So
That's a fair
what
point.
it looks like is they're trying to drive the world with the force of chaos to bring the downfall of Ragnarok. I mean, you know, from a Christian perspective, definitely would say, you know, these people, of course, there's a lot of free will going on. You know, people are doing whatever they want, but the enemy truly is like deep in the hearts of some of these people, and they've given over to their debased minds. And we don't know how, like, truly, we don't even know how far a lot of the degeneracy probably runs. But they're getting more bold and open about this stuff. It's crazy, dude. I don't know. I have to take all this in, but earlier someone had mentioned the Hoverman sphere. So apparently it's a patent kinetic folding structure developed by Chuck Hoverman that expands several times in its folded size using a network of scissor linkages. It serves as a popular lightweight plastic educational toy, a tactical breathing ball for mindfulness, and a demonstrator for physics concepts like conservation of angular momentum. So it could have been, it was used for like stress relief and education. I think I did see a video, I'm not sure, but it's apparently based off of this toy right here. I feel like I've seen them before. I don't think I ever had one though.
Interesting. Oh. This looks familiar.
Example of Chuck Hoberman's work. It's called the Hoberman Sphere, and it's one of the most iconic toys to come out of the 90s.
I didn't expect
I'm still
that
subscribed to
the sphere
Wired?
would become
Ew.
such a popular
Get
toy.
outta here.
And it wasn't what I was actually looking for.
What he was actually after was much more ambitious.
My career has been about an unusual form of design, and it's about a question that
Welcome
I
in,
ask
DJ
myself.
Sulfurous. How are
How
you?
can I make an object transform? The way we see clouds transforming in the sky, or a time-lapse of a flower unfolding. What if we could make objects, physical
Gooner.
objects, in our lives that actually do
That's
that?
funny.
Over the past several decades, he's designed all kinds of transformable objects, from toys
And it turns inside out.
to large structures to materials like these, which might one day be used to build pop-up shelters for disaster relief, or scaled way down to create things like better stents for cardiac patients. But to understand how this all works,
That sounds
there's
cool.
really only one place to start.
This is
This
the
video
Hoberman
was
Sphere.
published,
People look at
7
it and
years
go,
ago,
well,
by
how
the
do
way,
they
guys.
do that? And it's a funny
What's up, Old
question
Horizon
to me
Prophet? How are you?
because it's not like
What's
a
wrong
piece
with
of
Wired?
electronics where it's hidden away in a box.
They're
You
wired.
see everything about
They have a
the
tap
sphere.
wire in my
It's
computer.
doing it
I'm not
really
kidding.
because of the magic
I don't know.
of
I just
geometry.
don't watch
There's about
them. so-
400 individual plastic pieces, and
That's
you can see
wild.
that there
Wow.
are pentagons and triangles.
He said
Pentagons.
But it's also
pentagons.
made
You heard
up
him. He
of
said pentagons.
6
Conspiracy
rings
confirmed.
that intersect each other.
He said
to form
the name
those
of a
shapes.
shape.
But of course,
I
the
know.
unique thing about it is that the shapes are not
Oh no, a
static,
polyhedron,
they're
huh?
dynamic. I'm
I'm
putting
scared,
energy
Chad.
into this to make it open and close.
I'm
But
messing-
my motions are just a push and a pull. The transformation
This
is
looks fun. I feel like people with
400
autism would really
individual
enjoy
pieces
this.
all moving along.
Is that why you said
programmed
that's fun?
path
Shy.
towards the center of the sphere.
No worries. It's
Like
okay.
that.
Thank you for
And
your
then radiating
super chat
out,
earlier. You're
expanding
not
universe
broke. You're
style,
based.
like that.
Don't let
And
your
a lot of what I
brokenness
do is
determine
about
who
that
you are.
basic trick. Taking a push or a pull
burn the
and
polygons.
converting that energy
Oh my gosh.
into the process.
You love
of
these as a
physical
kid. I mean, they're
transformation.
fun. I mean, it looks
Oddly
fun.
enough, the Hoberman Sphere wasn't actually designed to be a toy.
I wasn't really a toy maker. I backed my way into that. For me, as the
I wonder if
author
he's still
of it,
alive.
I was interested in all this serious
This
stuff.
indeed speaks to my
And
autism.
yet somehow this fascination with math and materials and mechanics became something that
Oh, that looks
a
so like so
five-year-old
much
could relate
fun.
to perfectly.
Look at that.
At first, it was just about solving an
You
engineering
see
problem.
this? They put boo-boo keys in front of you, Chad, so that when you look at the Olympics and you look at the Hoberman sphere, it's not
How to
evil.
create a sphere that could
based,
shapeshift in a
right?
natural
Okay.
way. After several dead ends, he discovered a new way to make a simple scissor mechanism, that is, 2 links connected by a pivot. And that mechanism had a unique geometric property. As it unfolded, the angle formed by its endpoints didn't change. You can see that here with the dotted lines. In other words, he can now design a sphere that changes its size while maintaining the same shape. By figuring out the geometry, he was able to build this, an 800-pound motorized sphere that's still suspended in New Jersey's Liberty Science Center.
I've been there
It's been
so
there for
many
about
times
25
in my
years,
life.
opening and closing all day long.
Really?
One thing
Yeah.
he noticed early on
I've
is
been
that
there a
kids
couple
were
times.
especially
Like that used
drawn
to be
it.
like
That's when the light
trips
bulb went
when I was like a kid.
I thought, you know something? Maybe we could just
in like elementary
put this
school.
in a box
That's
and
crazy.
sell it
He
as
was
a
the guy
toy.
behind that. Wow.
After the sphere put him on the map,
feel so
he
old,
started getting
man.
opportunities in entertainment,
Ancient creature.
like this giant aluminum curtain
that I have any
created
room
for
to
the
talk.
2002 Winter Olympics.
Out
Or
the
the
Olympics.
4,000
Cool.
square
His stuff
foot
has been part of the
shape-shifting video
Olympics
screen that
since
his
a long
firm
time.
co-produced for U2's 360
Wow.
tour. More recently, he helped with the initial concept for the Atlanta Falcons' new retractable roof, which opens and closes like an
Fascinating.
iris.
That's
Oh,
bro
that's
beyond
made
all these
bank.
wildly
There's no
different
way this guy
projects.
has not made bank. But anyway, that's a little bit more. So they use that here in the 2026 Olympics. So people are like, oh, and it's like my thing is that people who are wicked will take things that are meant for good, or maybe it's kind of neutral or something, and they'll twist it into something evil. Like to me, the look of that inverted symbol, I don't think it's a coincidence. Like, sure, the tech is like maybe relatively innocent. It's, just physics, but they found a way to emphasize the evil part here, or at least what they consider to be evil. So I don't know.
Absolutely.
Shy on Kick said Masons are the epitome of technocratic dogma. They worship tech. The morning star is attributed to some texts for bringing fire to man, thus the first inventions. So in a way, they have their own religion. It's just, maybe it's not like a god or a higher power per se, but in a way, they worship like technology. All
Would they
creative
be a
things
big
come from a
fan?
good place, probably. I mean, they do, but people like twist it, right, into evil stuff. So it's the intention. The tech priest. Oh man, that's wild.
Gosh, I wonder if they're transhumanists.
I mean, probably. All right. So earlier we kind of actually let me go back here. So I guess when it comes to all of this, I'm still leaning towards like, again, based on the history of the previous Olympic Games, like the opening and closing shows, I don't think that this is a coincidence. Maybe it's not as bold and out there as the last one. I would like to watch the closing show and kind of any halftime, like any shows that they had in between as well, to kind of get an idea. But I don't want to get struck down because apparently someone else got struck down. I don't know if they were just playing the audio, but I think it leans towards it ultimately being evil. And they'll get people arguing about this stuff, so that way maybe small details get missed. But when I don't know, when I started piecing like all of the parts together, just something doesn't seem like it just doesn't seem right to me. It's esoteric. It's evil. I don't know. There's some underlying thing that just doesn't sit right with me when it comes to this. And again, based on the prior experiences with these guys, it's like, sure, the athletes themselves may not be evil, but the people in charge of like designing stuff, putting the shows together, using this kind of technology, there's just something that doesn't seem right, man. That's just me. I don't know what you guys think in chat. Or what you think, babe.
Honestly, I am under the impression that there are probably good intentions, probably bad intentions, regardless of the overall concept. If it represents something evil, it's representing something evil. At the same time, I mean, there's probably a lot of neutral ground. I mean, everything is technically a gray area, unless it's specifically supporting Christ, right?
No,
So,
I
I
don't
mean,
believe
we can use-
I don't think there's such thing as a gray area. I think
mean-
gray is just understanding or trying to not fully understanding what it is that is in front of you, but it's either good or it's bad. I don't think there's an in between. Now, some things might have good and bad uses, but I guess the intention, Ray, is what we should really be looking at. Like, what's the intention behind
Well, I
it?
mean, like, oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
No, I mean, like, in the concept of a gray area, like, for example, eating food. Like, let's just say an apple. Eating would be good, but overeating would be bad. But the sort of spectrum between overeating and eating just enough, where does that lie, right? I guess it really just depends.
Take care, servant. God bless you.
Yeah, no, I mean, a lot of different things. If we have too much of it, it can be bad, and if we don't have enough, that's not good either. But there is a sweet spot where things are good, right? Creation is good, but it can be used for bad, right?
Right, so I truly don't believe in there being a gray. The way that I look at gray is just like, finding, okay, differentiating whether it's a good or bad thing. There's no such thing as neutral, because even people have biases. Now,
Mhm.
but ultimately there are facts. It's just figuring out, what really are the facts and what are the lies, right? That's like the maybe where the gray area kind of lies, but that's not because something is gray. It's because it can be either which one or the other, but you got to figure it out. And some things are harder to point out, whether they're good or bad, depending on what it is that you're talking about. So I don't know. It can be really confusing.
Mhm.
There's just too much information and noise to sort through. It's like, how do you
Yeah, I
really
mean, that
find what's
makes
true or
sense.
not?
No, absolutely. I guess when it comes to that, uh, God world made the world good, right? And we're inherently not good.
Well, I don't know about that. I think once the fall happened, yeah, but I don't know about us being inherently bad before the fall. But if you mean now, yeah, I mean, sure, yeah.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out, like, if there's no one good but God, when we go and try to find Him in what we do and what we say and every breath we take, when we live the way Christ wants us to live, we're not technically good, but we're doing something that God wants us to do, and that event in itself is what's good. Is that kind of the direction?
I
I
mean,
guess
yeah,
it's
like
just,
God is good. He made everything that he made was good, but it's like people twisted and perverted. The enemy has twisted and perverted what's good.
hmm,
And yeah, because of the fall, right? We're sinful. Um, but evil, I would say, and maybe I'm wrong about my definition, is just ultimately like the absence of good, the absence of God, um, in a particular, scenario. But I don't know. I mean, it could be wrong. My head hurts, and I need to learn philosophy. It seems.
oh no, that's okay. So, I mean, when it comes to different things, we've got, of course, distortion, right? That's the twisting of the truth. Um, we've got discouragement, which is losing heart. That's when we lose
Hmm.
faith, lose that hope. Uh,
You know, where's Gary Black's?
Distractions, losing focus, right? So anything that really pulls us away from God and from the body of Christ, division, for example, divides that unity that we have in faith. And I mean, yeah, doubt is another thing that I often think about, sowing the seeds of distrust. Anything that really pulls us away from God really goes in that direction.
Hmm.
But yeah, I mean, there's a lot to really unpack. I guess it just depends on what direction we want to go with it. But I guess in this sense, distortion, I think, would be the direction we want to go with this. When we see imagery, when it's twisted in a way that's supposed to be bad, is that the devil? Or is that someone trying to pull us away from God?
I mean, yeah, but also because of sin,
Hmm.
like we have to like actively choose God, or we're gonna choose our flesh, and our flesh clearly wants to go against God. Um, and that's why the walk of a Christian is not easy, because we're fighting against, that evil every single day, and it's very difficult. It's really difficult because it's easier to please the flesh than it is to, worship and honor the Lord.
Absolutely.
So Hello said, our nature is originally good, but due to our choice, the fall happened. So we are inherently good, but we choose to do evil since we ate the tree of knowledge. Okay, that's a good way to look at it. I think that probably summarizes everything that everyone's been saying. And I really liked what the Holy Ball was saying. Some things have more white squares than like black squares or dark gray. Some things may lean more towards one thing or the other, like whether it's more good or it's more bad, or just completely straight up bad. Context is he was called good by his followers. That's what Hello said, I think, to you. He also said to you, there is no one good but God, is rhetorical, like when Jesus Christ said, no one knows the hour but the Father. Dude, we need to get Hello on one of these streams to yap about like the word and philosophy. Bro knows what he's doing.
Mhm.
He's
I'm here
he's
for
got
it.
the brain cells.
Let's go.
All right, well, that's enough on the
Um,
Olympics because we've been talking about that for a while. I appreciate
Oh, yeah.
everybody here who's been kind of like giving their perspective, and some of you know better than I do. So, you know, I've mostly been learning. I'm just like kind of pointing it out because, you know, I lean in the direction that a lot of this Hollywood stuff, like a lot of the stuff that maybe was good at the start, has been hijacked and perverted by, you know, certain groups of people, right? And we're coming closer and closer to the end. So, people are doing everything in their power to drag more people down, and you know, some ways are more subtle than others, and sometimes, you know, conspiracy theories are wrong and they go a little ham. But I don't know, it's a lot to sort through, man. I just want to know, well, the truth is Christ, right? He is the truth. But I want to start learning about ways that the enemy has been able to fool people throughout time, and how he's made things more like divisive, and how people have, you know, bought into that and other things like that. And, you know, with free will, how much, you know, are people choosing to do more good than bad? You know, why is the bad always so celebrated openly, and then the good, you know, it's more like quiet victories and things like that? Oh man. Joe Jada said, I'd like to point out the Mason blatantly approved of the persecution of Catholics in Mexico. Oh man. Redeem Red, I mean, they did commit sins afterwards, more sins I'm sure afterwards, but prior to eating the fruit, we don't know if it's really an apple or not. It's the fruit of, it's a fruit, but we don't know which fruit it is. I don't think prior to that they did.
Before that point, there were no.
Do you
real-
watch Jay Dyer? Yes, I do watch Jay Dyer. I haven't watched him as much lately, but I'm more interested in what he says about like geopolitics over how to live like a Christian, although some of the stuff he says is not bad. But I mostly watch him for like geopolitical stuff, and I like his like esoteric series. I think that's pretty interesting too, at least like as an introduction. I don't know how deep he really goes. The reason why only God is good is because he is perfect. The word sin in its original Greek meant failed to meet the standard. Good is the standard. After the fall, we failed to meet the standard. Thus, we're all sinners because we aren't perfect. Humans are in the middle. They are not purely ordered like the gods, nor purely chaotic like Jotun. However, to survive, humans must integrate both aspects, as excessive order can become tyrannical, while too much chaos is destructive. That's how you like to see it, said Paunan TV. Apple is using Christian imagery for the fruit of knowledge because malus sounds like malice, or so I was told. I think Jews tended to portray it as a fig. That's what I was thinking, that it would probably be like a fig or something, but I'm not really sure.
No wonder. No wonder he weathered it.
Thank you, Hella. Appreciate that. Yeah, no, absolutely. Definitely a lot of questions that I want to ask my priest. I hope that I'm not annoying him when I ask him 1,000,005 questions about stuff, though. Not gonna lie. Alright, so that's enough on that. Another topic that I wanted to talk about, like really briefly, was the Kaide and TenZ situation. I don't know how many people here have played Valorant or have been have played League of Legends before, but the esports scene was really good for like a while. I don't know how it is nowadays because I don't really watch esports anymore. You know, interests have changed, and there's just not, you know, a ton of time and money to like pour into it. But basically today, or no, not today, but yesterday, like last night around 9:30 my time, Kaide posted this. And Tyson is TenZ. This is his real name. So she says, Tyson and I feel ready to share some personal news. We've actually been broken up for quite some time now. Towards the end of our relationship, we came to a realization that wasn't easy to accept. We had stopped growing as individuals. For most of our relationship, we did everything together. Work together. Hobbies and interests together. Pretty much everything together. We've even joked in the past, although we were together for 6 years, it felt like at least 30. We moved in together just weeks after meeting, and from the ages of 17 to 24, that was all we knew. Over time, it became clear that we needed space to grow into our own people separately. We know that internet often looks for the tea, but the truth is simple. We grew apart. There was no wrongdoing or resentment in a single event that caused this. We still care deeply about each other and generally want the best for one another. We're also incredibly grateful for the time and life we shared together. Thank you for respecting our privacy. And, you know, it sounds all good. And I mean, there are some things here that I would be a little bit concerned about if I were, you know, her parents. I don't think I would let a 17-year-old move in with someone that they just met. I think that that's not right. I mean, sure, there are young marriages and stuff that have happened throughout time, but, you know, I would have, you know, at least like a year and a half. And obviously or Tyson, if you want to call him by his real name, he's obviously well off because his career kicked off and he's made a lot of money. So he can, you know, he can take care of someone. He can have a wife, you know, and be able to provide really well based, you know, on his career. He's made a lot of money. He's won. I think if he's not part of Sentinels anymore, he was part of Sentinels. But I don't know. A lot of people, there's been a lot of backlash towards Kaede because, again, Tens was there for her when she got leukemia. He donated bone marrow. I don't know if this part is going to be true or not, but apparently he donated a kidney, maybe to her mother or maybe to her. I'm not sure who it was. And he probably paid for, you know, her treatment. And so, I mean, the way that I see Mutual is that maybe he didn't fight back and he just accepted it. But maybe and wasn't happy about it. I don't think breakups are mutual in the sense that one side wants to get away from the other side more than the other person. So, you know, obviously I don't know their life. I don't know everything about them. It's not any of my business. But when I look at this, right, our long-term, and I haven't been in a long-term relationship as of yet in my life. Most of my relationships have been, I would say, like under 2 years, maybe at this point, maybe under 3, like up to 3, you know. And of course I've been divorced before. So when I look at this, he cared a lot about her, and he did something that not a lot of men are willing to do now, at least not without fear of being thrown into like a divorce court or being torn apart or being told whatever, right? They're more hesitant in providing because of the way that the dating scene is, and I think it's by design, right? People are trying to tear apart men and women from each other so that they don't get married and have kids, or they do it later on in life, whatever. A lot of controlled stuff going on, you know, from what I've seen. I was upset because, you know, when I think I was watching like VCT when, you know, she was like recovering from cancer and all of that, and to know that like I genuinely have a feeling it was her who initiated the breakup, and, you know, Tens, he probably just went along with it. I don't know. When you go through something like that with someone, and they even give a part of themselves physically, right? Like, you don't give a part of your body like that to somebody else that you didn't love. And I don't know, it just, obviously they had the reasons. You know, they might have been stuck to the hip in a lot of these different places, and it might have felt suffocating, right? You should still have some level of individual, you know, freedom and individualism, but ultimately, like, when you're in a relationship, you're coming together as one, and you might need breaks. You might need some alone time, right? To kind of decompress from life. A relationship isn't easy. But when I read this, it's like when I try to dig deeper, do you really leave someone because you're starting to not feel the spark anymore? Like, I would want to know exactly, like, when she says this, to grow into her own person, usually, and I could be wrong, and I don't want to make any assumptions about Kaede because I don't know her. People said her sister and her are, you know, destructive, you know, that she's the same as her sister, you know, breaking apart a good relationship for, you know, to go out and party or whatever. But usually those kind of life altering events, like, if you make it through that, like, doesn't that just strengthen your bond more to the person you're with, because it shows that they're committed to you? And of course, you know, maybe she met someone else, maybe she saw other people with guys that she would be more interested in, you know, maybe she realized as she, and the other thing is like, because of Tens, her career took off as a, you know, esports player, as a content creator, a lot of it can be attributed to him because obviously, you know, he's the one who's been in like these big teams and other things. So, you know, I think he did a lot of it out of love. I'm sure she loved him too. You know, she went to his games and, you know, she supported him. So I don't know. I don't want to throw like anybody's like dirty laundry out there, but I've heard so many times, and I even have friends who've gone through like, you know, their spouse leaving them because they wanted to figure themselves out. They wanted to be away from them and go, you know, party around and sleep around and other things. And it's just, I don't know, man. It just breaks my heart. I had to calm down throughout the day because I didn't like this, reading this, but you know, I do wish them both the best either way, but I don't know, man.
It's rather devastating, right? These are two people you kind of liked when you were more into Valorant, right? And seeing their relationships sort of just disappear like it was nothing when they spend so much time together definitely is disorienting and jarring. I did confirm that he did not donate a kidney to her mom, but that he tested to see if he could do it.
Oh, okay.
But the kidney he tried to offer would not be a compatible match with the mom's DNA, so that was rejected. But she did get a kidney from someone else in the meantime. But yeah, I mean, when it comes to this entire situation, they did start dating when they were 17, right? Both of them.
I have to go
Sounds
get
like
my laundry, but you can keep talking to the chat. By the way, I'll be right back.
Sure. I'll go talk to myself in the chat. But you can come back in 15, 20 minutes, 6 days. Just depends on how long the laundry takes. It is one way or another. But yeah, I mean, when it comes to this particular circumstance, if someone's 17, it's very likely that the primary amount of their life was spent with their parents. And if they move out and immediately move in with someone else that they do everything with, their sort of understanding of themselves revolves around the people they were around, and they didn't really have much of a personal growth period, especially for secular individuals. Under these circumstances, these people probably didn't mature in the way they could have. Obviously, if they moved in together and had been essentially gaming and playing video games all the time as they grew up, they might have needed to really undergo some sort of maturity change. Regardless of the circumstances, it is an unfortunate thing that a relationship would end, especially if they're still on good terms, just because they grew apart. But the concept of growing apart in this way almost feels like they didn't really know what they wanted to begin with. They just kind of wanted to find someone else when they left their parents' house, and they wanted to live a different life than they had been living. And then as soon as they really started understanding themselves, they ended up being different enough to no longer want to be around each other. Either that, or there was some sort of interaction that might have caused some issues. Be that reluctant watchman, I agree. Stories like this grow into our own people. It's goofy. Like, if they're already growing, they have the opportunity to understand different things, but I could see if they try to work together and have hobbies and interests together and have pretty much everything together, and then in their free time one person is watching Hassan and one person's watching Asmongold, they're gonna hate each other, right? So I guess it really depends on what direction they went, but it doesn't seem like they were trying to preserve that relationship while being apart from one another. Yeah, soul seeking. Paonen, is it Paonen or Paonen? Let's see here. In relationship for 6 years without an all-in commitment like marriage is a bad sign. I agree with that, Holy Ball. I think your username is really funny, the Holy Ball. It reminds me of the Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch. Oh my gosh. But yeah, no, I completely agree. If you're not thinking about marriage and you've been in a relationship for more than 3 years, what are you doing in this relationship? Are you just kind of there? Are you just enjoying yourself alone? It's very goofy, but I completely agree with that. Let's see here. Hello, let me see here. Okay, what did you say, Booming Bob? It's It's nice to know it was a mutual, or at least not a bad end, for at least Kaede from what you've seen booming. Yeah, that's fair. We grew apart. Oh, they're secular. Yeah, no, I think I'm pretty positive they're secular. I'm not very familiar with them until, honestly, yesterday and or this morning. One of the two. When Celeste was like, oh no, they perished. I mean, they broke up. This is all new information for me. Let's see here. Current Marcus says, it's sad to see so many people react to this and go, I'll never find true love. You can't live in that mentality because it isn't healthy. I agree for two reasons. One, because true love isn't real. True love is a figment made of just feelings that people have developed based on fairy tales. But real love is focusing on improving yourself and doing that, sacrificing everything you can to provide for your family, loving your spouse the way Christ loved the church, especially a man for a woman. Oh, yo, it's Maria Grace. Yo, I'm going to shout you out while she's not here. It's going to be a great time. Hey, Maria, how are you? Let me go ahead and continue reading through some of these. Let's see here. Oh, I just got a super chat, super duper chat.
Hi, Celestia.
Man, I agree with you.
A wonderful Sunday. I just
Friend
wanted
Marcus.
to thank you for saying
The other
prayer for me
reason,
last week. I've held on to that
yeah, you
even
can't
though
live
I'm not
with
a
a mentality. You're
religious
not trying to
man.
look
Thank
for
you.
this fairy tale idea. You're trying to find somebody who you can support, who is willing to uplift you and you uplift them. And especially as a Christian, we're trying to have our faith at the center of all of it. So it's definitely one of those things that people need to really keep an eye out for. But yes, I agree. Hello, seculars, atheists, agnostics. There's not really any divine union there. It's just a contract in a secular relationship. But yeah, I can definitely agree with that. Let's see, Clanker upstairs, YT. Ma and Pa don't really have any shared hobbies, as it were. I'm not sure why people seem to focus so much on that. When people are secular and they try to see what they enjoy, they try to see if they can enjoy what they want with each other, rather than trying to be their unique person with God while unifying together. And apparently hobbies is the most important thing to a lot of people. Let me just go back through Twitch, because the Twitch chat on my side is so small. I have to extend it. Let's see here. Ashimori says, it's like old Twitter drama with anime guy and girl in a wheelchair. I forgot about that. Oh my gosh, that movie, it's not The Silent Voice. I want to remember what that anime is, but I think I know what you're talking about. But yeah, what ultimately a man wants in a relationship is to provide and care about a woman, and why this situation rubs people in the wrong way is because you can provide, care, give all, and still lose. And that's from Ashimori. Thank you. No, I agree. It's especially in the secular sense, right? If there's nothing other than giving everything you can and still losing, there's nothing you can really do in that circumstance. And hopefully, regardless of where they are, they find Christ and come to him, regardless of where they are. Let's see here. Oh, Paunen or Peonen. Thank you for correcting me. 3 is the number thou shalt count. True. Oh my gosh. 3 and only 3. Yes, thank you, the Holy Ball. You might disappear till you respawn. I see. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Maria, it's only me right now. She's getting the laundry at the moment. Let's see here. There is a super chat for, let's see, it's Matthew. I can't actually read your name because it's squished. Matthew Fatsheen. I probably said that wrong. I'm so sorry. I'll tell Celeste about it if she misses it before she comes back. But Matthew on YouTube says, hi, Celestium. I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. I just wanted to thank you for saying a prayer for me last week. I've held on to that, even though I'm not a religious man. Thank you. And Matthew will be praying for you further. But Matthew dropped that with some Canadian double dollars.
He gave us the maple dollars. Thank you for the 10 maple dollars.
Maple dollars.
Kirsha calls them maple dollars. I have stolen from the Foxy woman. Go buy.
That's hilarious.
Go buy Kirsha Gamer subs.
Yes. Kirsha Gamer subs. I mean, that's fair. Maria Grace came in. I gave her a shout out.
Maria, I love you, Maria Boogie.
It's on.
Oh
my goodness.
Yeah. I actually saw Straub's post. and she was saying that people were being like really nasty, and I've seen some nasty comments. I think that you know, unless 10 says something, you know, we won't really ever know, and at the end of the day we might not know the full story. But I don't know, I just feel like if you have gone through such a life altering event and you made it out together, you should stick with each other. But Tens and her were not married, but he did propose to Kaede some months ago. I don't agree with calling her names, and I don't agree with, and people are calling Tens a cuck actually, and I'm like, okay, well, I wouldn't call him that either.
That's a shame. Honestly, sorry, that's the first time I heard that. That's such a shame.
You know, I agree with Straub on, you know, some things, but other things I might be like, you know, it just depends. At the end of the day, let me see. So this was her post like 4 hours ago. So seeing people say 10 should have left Kaede during her cancer treatment is actually insane, which I agree. That's really insane. I don't agree that it was mutual in the sense that he probably, you know, accepted it, but deep down inside his heart was probably shattered. But who knows, maybe they were both tired of each other. We don't know that, right? We only have like Kaede's perspective as of right now. And he hasn't like commented on that yet. Matthew, thank you so much for becoming a member, and you know, it was really nice to come in to hearing that you know that prayer stuck with you so crazy. Yeah, I mean, she could have gotten cold feet. Yeah. I don't want to say that Kaede is like a terrible person because I don't know her. But some people probably know her more than I do. She might know like all the bad things she might have done, all the good things she might have done. But at least like when Tens was like out there, you know, he was, you know, she would show up to his games and support him and stuff, and I found it to be really nice and really sweet. But I don't know, I feel like if this happened to me and you know, like Gabe stood by me like the whole time and I recovered by the grace of God, you know, and I didn't perish, like I would not hesitate to give this man my whole life. Like if he needed like, I don't know, like a kidney or something, I'd give it to him if we were compatible, or donate blood or something, whatever the case may be.
That just made my face red, babe. Thanks.
And I don't know,
sweet.
like,
oh my gosh,
like love, like I didn't respond to her directly in a quote retweet, but I think I responded to this one, and then she said, and I don't know if this was in reference to her, because I know people have told like Rev probably or her that, you know, they should get divorced or whatever, and I love Straub. I think she's a sweetheart, and I really hate all the amount of it, you know, negative attention that she gets. And look, we all mess up, but like people to go this far, you know, and go harass her and Rev, I find to be completely repulsive and unacceptable. But she was saying here, why do people think it's appropriate or funny to wish divorce on a married couple? That is a very evil and wicked thing. God hates divorce, therefore so should we. You shouldn't wish that upon anyone, even people you don't like. It's very disgusting. You know, and it's not a joke, it's like evil. I mean, I believe that's a horrible joke. And then I was like, here, you know, we need some more healthy, happy marriages. I pray that more people can find and experience that deep love. And yeah, we don't need things like divorce being, you know, here. And I definitely don't wish it on anyone either. Of course, there are exceptions to when you should do that. But overall, like, we don't want to bring people down. We want more marriages. Like, in some places, the replacement rates are really low. And not only that, like, I think people would generally be happy if they had somebody who, you know, loved them. And sure, it may not be perfect, because no one's perfect, right? And some people might not, you know, match all or check all the boxes, but if they're willing to work with you and grow with you, I think that's cool. And I find this funny. this is what I mean when I say I'm a grifter. I'm the worst grifter. I managed to upset the all quarantines in one way or another, and I just love this. This is funny. I'm glad that she's gonna take a break, but you know, Straub is a pretty cool person. You guys should definitely go follow her if you haven't already, which, speaking of Straub, I should probably give this wonderful lady a shout out. Give me a second though. Where is my dashboard? Boogie! Oh yeah, and Maria, if you guys go to our live stream together, Maria, you know, talked about like how Desmo helped her in a really dark and difficult time of her life, and you know, they're still together, you know, which, you know, I shouted out to the wrong person, but you know, I'd shout her out again anyway. Darling Straub. Wait.
Yo, did we get a raid?
Welcome in,
raid.
Stone Angel. Thank you for the raid. Darn it. Did I spell Strauss thing wrong?
Probably. It didn't
I
show up.
did.
Do you want me to
yeah,
shout
can you
out?
do it? Can you do it, please, if you find her thing? I thought I put the right name. Thank you so
I'll do
much
that
for the
now.
raid. Welcome, raiders. How was your stream? Welcome in. Oh, wait. Hold on. I gotta shout out. Yeah, Stone Angel first, and then we can
I
shout out Strub.
got Stone Angels, and then we can get Strub. I'll go find her thing, and then I'll put it in for you.
Awesome. Awesome. Laundry woman moment facts. I'm like so behind. 6 years is still a long time to call it quits. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like once you've gotten past like the 3 to 5 year mark, like there's really no reason to end the relationship unless something really incriminating happens, right? Desmo wiped for me while I was still recovering in the hospital room with open heart surgery, and that's why I can never leave the man. I owe that man more than a blood debt. Yeah. Love forever. Love forever, Maria. I love you, Boogie. Grimmy the Mage, thank you so much for the 200 bits. And Sonya just said, well, I'll be surprised if we ever get to Cyberstan. What's Cyberstan?
Is it like Cyberpunk but Pakistan?
Okay. Okay.
Is that what the tech priests are for? Like,
Someone just replied, what is love, baby? Don't hurt me no more. I was waiting for that response, honestly. Legal Mindset just responded to me 45 minutes ago on something. I believe in always having an open door for those who are generally seeking redemption, for those who are but having your demon motivations, but if they committed to pure chaos, they need to be cleaned up. Oh, this is on something else. I love when he responds to me. He's a chill guy. Yeah, no, but let me see. I gotta catch up on what everything else you guys said. Philosophy is quite enjoyable. You sort of grow into our own people. Yeah, when I see growing into our own people, like after someone breaks up, I'd rather they just not say anything at all. I'm gonna be honest, because nowadays, that kind of statement is like, I just want to go party, and you know, I don't want to say the word, but I'm gonna say it for lack of a better phrase, but hoe phase, right? And I'm not saying it's just women, because men also do it too. I just think that now, with the way that where the pendulum is swinging, it's increasingly become women, because they've been told, you know, go have fun, you know, go party it up in your 20s and do XYZ, when in reality, you know, you should be settling down and building with somebody. Now, obviously things happen and you can't always get married young, but I would say that it shouldn't become the norm, right? To get married, you know, much later. You know, I'm not saying 30s is bad, but we should be encouraging people like in their early to mid 20s, if they're able to, you know, get married. You don't have to have a $50,000 wedding or even a $10,000 wedding. You know, I don't know. I think like Gen Z and definitely younger millennials were infantilized. You know, obviously we're not like in Jesus' time where people were probably getting married anywhere between like 16 to 22, but you know, if we're gonna go by today's standards, I would say even as young as like 18, if you're in a good spot. And I'm not saying be rich, right? Because you don't have to start off with a nice house. You don't have to start off with a fancy apartment. You know, you can build towards those things. But I don't know, man. He won Madrid Masters at 24 during her major scare. Yeah, I remember. That was wild stuff, man. She scolded her sister for doing that. For them, marriage is just a contract. There's no divine union. Yeah, for secular people, there is nothing divine. There's nothing, you know, a spiritual substance. But, you know, it's still marriage, I guess. But I don't know.
It's kind of like a contract with no meaning other than you gotta stick with me. Yeah, that's a real shame.
Why am I a kitty cat? Because my phone keeps dying, so I'm not gonna use my VTube Studio model. I'm just using the Reactive Maria made for me.
Do you need a new phone charger or something?
No, I just need to go to the Apple Store and pay $100 for them to fix my battery to replace it. Helldivers 2? Nice. I haven't touched Helldivers in a really long time.
And me too, but for different reasons.
Permissive power has shifted to... Some people were saying, like... And I didn't agree with some of the comments I was reading in some of these posts, man. They were, like, weird. So I follow Emerald Apple. Emerald Apple follows me, too. Let's see what he said. So, this typical woman code for wanting freedom to sleep around now that she's healthy, famous, and no longer needs support. Typical ego move. Use, drain, discard. Kaide delayed telling Tens about her cancer until after his VCT 2023, ensuring a high payout. Required full emotional and daily care, draining him during her treatment. He flew back and forth, endlessly disrupting his pro-life for her sake. She used this platform for her own gain through awareness campaigns, turning his fame into her spotlight. Burden of her illness and constant back and forth led to Ten's weakened immune system requiring bi-weekly IV treatments, manipulated him into extending his career despite his burnout, turned his victories into her personal triumphs. Her show breaks up to find herself to have relations with other men. Now, this could be what happened, but I genuinely believe they loved each other. I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't know them like that, but
Yeah.
it's
I hope
just,
it's not like that, but it's possible.
yeah, I hope it's not that, but it's, you know, it's always a possibility. But I think when you leave someone after going through all of that, like, something's just not right. And again, it's fine to feel burned out in a relationship as long as you do something about it. Like, if you need a break from each other, if you need, like, you know, you go on a girls' night with your, well, maybe not girls' night, but like you go out, I don't know, go on a walk or something, you know, maybe go to therapy, you know, then do some some couples therapy, you know, counseling, whatever. You know, you need to get help because resentment builds. And, you know, I know she went through something really bad. I don't wish anybody to have, you know, cancer. But this is not like the right thing to do either. And genuinely, I don't think it was him who really wanted it. But who knows? I mean, unless he says something, I don't know. And men suffer in silence, so I don't know if we'll ever really know unless like a friend of his speaks up on his behalf.
Yeah, and I agree with Ashley Moore. This kind of post is a bit reaching. And I guess my main takeaway is that unless there's information contrary to this is a big assumption. Like any conspiracy theory, like it's possible, but like at the same time, until there's something really concrete that's supporting something, I don't really lean in that direction. Hopefully everything's better for them though.
Yeah, and people were saying like we need to repeal the 19th, which if Maria's still here, I know she completely agrees with that.
Oh my gosh.
I love her so much. But some people were going as far as like we need to oppress women, and it's like, well, if you want to do that, you can go to Islam, I guess. But I think that oppressing women is not the play because men mess up too. And obviously we're talking about Kaede here. She's probably again the one who initiated this, but again, I don't know, maybe it really was mutual at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, most of the people in the Jeff Bean files were men, but you know, there still are women there.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And so I'm not justifying what Kaede did, but I think the problem is that on both sides, right? Men have been told, you know, go sleep around, you know, become the option so you can have multiple women. You know, don't love, don't sacrifice, you know, stay complacent. But then for women, it's become, you know, now the oppressed have become the oppressors. And so I think it's just like, the tactic is to get both men and women, like average everyday people, to fight against each other when they should be coming together and becoming one. So I know, you know, there are some things that I think need to be when it comes to like feminism, need to be like maybe turned back, or we need to fight back, right? This narrative that's been going on of like sexual liberation, and try to rein things in, maybe bring things back, like shaming people, so if they're open, right? If they're open, or even within communities, like maybe shame to some degree needs to, you know, come back. And we need to, I don't know, things like abortion need to be banned. Things like the pill need to be reversed, unless it's like a serious medical condition that you have, maybe really restricting that instead of like, oh, I just don't want to, you know, get whatever. But I don't know what it'll take to bring people back and, you know, show them maybe, you know, this is what having a family looks like. Maybe having women who are like really crazy feminists who don't want kids, you know, inviting them to like nurseries and things and being able to hold children, or I don't know. I did have a video. I don't know if I have it. I don't know. It doesn't look like I have it pulled up. Let me see if I can find it.
Oof.
Here it is. Okay, this is the video. So this is Amalgamate. I forget that we follow each other. But she said, I realized recently that unfortunately one of the reasons women don't want kids anymore is because they're never actually around them. They're fed from high school to college to a career where having kids is an active detriment. And if someone does actually have a kid, the poor child gets tossed into daycare away from most women, so they're quite literally never around them in the modern age. This was not the norm until 60 years ago. As soon as a woman is around a child, they want a kid. It's biologically written into them. The cries wake the maternal instinct, and their whole body craves one of their own. Another reason out of many to get women out of the workforce, which I would feel so blessed not to work. But you know, that's what it is.
I mean, that would be great.
Look at your baby, you cute.
I like. I
I
want,
want
a
a
baby.
baby boy and a baby girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least the colors will match. All the pink and blue. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's so cute.
Yeah, so I mean,
they're so cute.
yeah, I mean, babies are a lot of work, man. It's a human. It's a defenseless human. But I don't know. There's just like something about people not, you know, like going against having children. Like children is such a blessing from God. It just sucks. Like as someone who's been working since like 18, and I was talking to Gabe about this, and I was kind of like venting because you know both of us have been stressed for different reasons. I hate working. I hate having to go back to school to get, you know, masters in accounting or whatever. And I don't like it. I don't like working. I've never really liked school. I just want, like, if it were up to me, I'd be a content creator, like full time or almost full time, and you know, be a mom, like be at home. Like I think content creation and having like a small business as a woman isn't a bad idea, that you can run from home, but you can still take care of your kids, you can educate them, you know, in your home. Like for me, that would be like the ideal, you know, scenario, but unfortunately things are like really expensive, right? So I do have to go out and work a normal job. Me and Gabe are not married yet and I don't have any kids. But I really want to be a mom. And yeah, I think I agree. You know, something about seeing like a cute little baby makes me want to have my own, but I don't know. I mean, my parents were never married, but I
Some
want to
women can't have children, which is
have
very
a,
unfortunate. But do you believe that adoption is also a good option?
yeah, I think adoption is fine. If you truly cannot have kids and you've tried everything, I think adoption is a great way to get children out of like the foster care system. You know, again, not everyone can. Some women are infertile, some men are infertile. You know, both could be infertile considering all the poison that they put in our food and stuff. It's rough, man. And then some people, yeah, I think adoption is fine. I don't think I agree with surrogacy though. There's something weird about surrogacy and IVF, but you know, I think adoption's perfectly fine. You never know, God could bless you later on. But, you know, maybe there's a kid who needs a family, and you know, if you are willing to do that, I think that's wonderful. You know, and if you're able to, of course, I know that there's a very difficult process in trying to adopt. And of course, I don't believe that same-sex couples should be able to adopt. I think it should be illegal. Honestly, I believe it should be illegal. Like, it should be mom and dad. And I think you need to be married. Man and woman, you need to be married.
I do
Or else you
think
can adopt.
that the way society's gone recently has made it a lot harder for people to adopt kids. And I think that's a shame. For example, my cousin Peter, he's not blood related to me at all, right? Because he was adopted. And I forgot, I think he's from Pakistan or Jordan. I got to remember where he's from. But he had Down syndrome. So when he was born, essentially he was abandoned by his family. And now he is such a sweet guy. I haven't talked to him in a little while, but he was a really good guy. And, you know, adoption really helps people find a new life with a caring family, and preferably a Christian one that can help them move forward and live and grow. But yeah, no, I mean, I guess in the sense of secularism, like it's going to happen one way or another. But if a adopted child can have a loving family that will support them and bring them closer to Christ, I think that's always a good thing. I think that's always going to be a great thing. And,
Yeah.
oh, what are you giggling about?
Sorry, I was
Man.
reading something on YouTube and I started laughing. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
How dare you laugh at something? You're fine. Why
My
are you
bad.
apologizing so
My
much? I think you said
bad.
sorry like 4 times. You're fine. You're fine. Oh my gosh. I can
was-
agree, Heavenly Jester. Trade school is probably a good direction to go, especially if they don't have a specific financial path to go for college.
Yes, it's
If you don't have
legal
a,
in America to adopt as a same-sex couple, but I really hope that they overturn. And people are gonna call me homophobic, and at this point, I don't really care. Genuinely believe that same-sex couples should not be able to adopt. I don't care. They should not be able to adopt. A child needs a mother and a father, not a mother and a mother, not a father and a father, and that even, I don't know, trans, like if they're somehow like female male, like two people who are trans, but they're not like the same like transition, like even that to me is like a no. Like you have to be like a heterosexual, you know, couple that is biologically male and female, like you are in that role. I genuinely believe that.
Hmm.
Now,
So
obviously, even though I disagree with it, people are, you know, the government is in charge of that. I think that they need to reverse that. But even if they never do, I will not change my stance, and I'm not going to apologize for it. I'm going to be really honest.
crusade, anyway.
No,
Um,
stop with the. Why do you guys always
when it
bring up
comes-
crusade when you want something to change? Stop it. No crusades, okay? Go somewhere else for that. Yeah, Adam and Eve,
Absolutely.
not Adam and Steve. I totally agree with that. Grimmy. 100%.
Yeah, I think we need more men who are willing to be strong and develop themselves in father roles, in leadership roles, in different roles that make people want to be that strong leader, that person people can depend on. And I also think that when it comes to these sort of circumstances, obviously people are going to do what people want to do. But I guess in a more simple direction, do you think that there should be some sort of psychological analysis that's a little more deep potentially than the bars than the restrictions that they currently have? Like, let's say in a secular sense, right? Because we're not talking about a theocracy where religion rules everything, but in the sense of morality, maybe we wouldn't want to have a same-sex couple as a father and mother to an adopted, a father, mother to adopted child, right? But in the sense of like a secular society, how would you go about a direction with that? Is there just like, should we just move on from that? Is that something we should just not worry about since it's coming from a secular perspective? Or do you think that maybe there are specific things that would need to be aligned, like no a history with
I think we just need
abuse?
people who are, you know, on the secular side who don't agree with same-sex people being able to adopt to get with the religious groups, and we start lobbying. We start using some tactics that the left have been pushing, and we put our own money and start voting people in who don't agree with that stuff. We start changing the laws on the local level and work our way up. And, you know, I don't know who's advising Trump on anything, but he could make a federal order or something. Or the problem is that, like, I don't know, it's like we need to win in numbers in order for things to change. But even when that happens, like, Republicans like usually kind of just sit there like wet noodles too. So it's like, I don't know how we can possibly win. I mean, maybe at this point it's just completely cooked and there's really nothing we can do except you know, educate people. And I don't know what to do really, but I don't know, maybe God just needs to come and do another Sodom and Gomorrah situation.
Oh my gosh. Look,
At this
I've
point.
seen the the archaeological evidence, you know, for having the nuke basically dropped on Sodom. I don't think I want us to be nuked. Meteor comes down, you know, all of that's crazy.
Sometimes a crusade
my
is
gosh.
needed, says Reluctant Watchman. I mean,
Yeah,
maybe
I saw
maybe
that
that's what we
article.
need to do. Maybe we do need a crusade. All right, crusaders. I'm Orthodox, so I wouldn't call myself a crusader, but you know, I get the feeling, right? You know, to
So
take
what would
back everything.
would there be an Orthodox version of a Crusader? Would
There
they be
is
Templars?
the
Would they be like
no,
Super
no, that's
Saiyans? Like
Catholic.
what would they?
No, that's Catholic. I forgot what they were called, but
Okay.
I
know what
get
I
it. Like
like?
getting, you know, Christians together and, you know, fighting against stuff. But I don't know. I don't think we need to like end people's lives. I just think we need to, you know, when we go on vote, and we need to re-educate some Christians who are more like left-leaning and like pro-choice, and we need to tell them like, no, this is sinful. You need to stop. I don't know, man. I just
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, one of the problems with society is how it has been presented, right? Because they're saying that the parents essentially need to give their children these teachings, teach their kids. But the parents, for a long time, had allowed schools to teach the kids because the Bible used to be taught in schools, Christianity used to be taught in schools. And then, of course, after schools removed it, churches sort of took on the role with like Sunday school. But it's like an hour on a Sunday, but they need a lot more
It needs
information.
Monday to
an
Friday,
hour.
like a lot. I think it's gonna take like individual communities to like pull it together. Like we've given way too much power over to the government, and while I think we do need some level of government, there are some things we need to take back. But here's a quick palate cleanser for our eyes and our brains, guys. It looks like Mr. Potato Man is fighting that kid from
Cartman from
yeah,
South Park.
from South Park. Let's see this.
Fight him harder. I like
Beating each other
how
up.
Potato Head doesn't have his arms.
Yeah.
I'm like Wazowski and Squidward.
Wait, is this actually AI? There's no way. Is it AI? I don't think so. Looks real. Squidward's right. Yo! Why are they fighting, bro? It has to be a
So
prank. That's so
wild.
funny. But really quickly, because Caddy, I don't know if Caddy's still here, but I think she said like around the 18-minute mark, was it, that Leaflet was talking about the thing? About the cards, about the demon stuff? Let me see. Let's see what my leafy friend here has to say.
Very cool.
My slime friend. I
Yeah,
forgot
a
what the
couple
timestamp
leafy
was.
Yo,
think he said
already
18
meet
minutes.
Gilgamesh in real life, dude. I fucking
So it's
wish,
about the
dude, I
5-hour
wish.
and 15-minute
No.
mark. Okay.
Gosh,
Let's
her
see.
her streams are so long.
I love you, Leaflet, my friend. How are you doing? What
Back
the heck?
then, I was like,
Okay,
yo,
okay. Sounds like okay. So hold on.
Watching
So-
two
Alex Jones.
Every culture, Asians, Africans,
Asians.
Mesoamericans, every
Frogs.
culture starts taking hallucinogens and then starts worshiping entities that demand blood. And once
so like there is like okay, so, oh my god, you guys want to know the story now? Do you want me to tell you the story?
Tell me a story, Leafy. Tell me a story. God, it's so cool. The frogs are gay.
Do
Yeah.
you want me to tell you guys the story?
Oh my gosh.
Tell me a story, woman.
Okay.
I love your stories.
So,
Say the words, woman. Oh my gosh.
God, this is the most woman thing ever, dude.
Oh no.
This is the most woman thing ever, but
I love you so
When-
much. You're so funny. I'm sorry I'm covering her with my big head.
Oh yeah, you are.
so you know how I said that I
can
wasn't
cover
really
Aspen Gold.
I was never really good at being like religious, right? And I talked about this in the past. So before,
Is this a react to react? Yeah.
this was like during the period of time where I was playing Dungeons and Dragons like all day, and I didn't really do anything. Like I didn't really work much. I did nothing basically. I just kind of, you know, I was going through a hard time in life, and I didn't do anything. So, my brother's friends were all like, you know, those like new age sort of crystal freaking witch people and stuff, right? And you know, we always like talked about that stuff, like, man, like, you know, freaking the Mothman and like all that sort of shit, right? And so I remember that back then I was like, yo, what if I just like mess around with like tarot just for fun? 'Cause that's what all the girls are into, right?
Oh no.
And so like, bro, this is
That's the thing though, like a lot of women are into that. And actually still like I'm trying to finish up Rachel Wilson's book on, you know, the occult and, you know, feminism and stuff. And one thing she like kept pointing out is that like it gives women like power, right? That kind of stuff over men and the destruction. So
gonna dude, this
She's
is
not
gonna
wrong
sound
there.
so schizo, bro. It's gonna sound so schizo. I don't dude. I don't expect anyone to believe me here. Like, I'm just being real. Like, I don't really care. Like, you don't have to believe me. Like, you could think I'm just being schizo or whatever. Like, it's fine. But
Oh gosh.
I remember, like, doing that stuff, and then, like, people would ask me, like, you know, like, friends I had online and stuff, they'd be like, oh, like, you know, that's fun. So, like, you know, you're, like, doing that tarot stuff. Can you, like, do a reading or whatever? I'd be like, okay, sure. Right? I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. Right? And, dude, I would, like, I shit you not, I would start doing it, and I would just, like, see shit. You know, like, it's not even, like, I don't, like I said, I don't take drugs or I don't drink or anything. I would just, like, listen to some music, and I do it, and I just, like, see shit, you know what I mean? And I would just talk about what I saw, right? And like, I always thought it was, like, some kind of, like, daydream or whatever. Like, I'm just, you know, it's just, like, in my imagination, like, you know, my crazy imagination or whatever, right? That's how I always saw it. Oh, this is just, like, for funsies. It's just, like, a silly, like, imagination thing,
no,
right?
Leaflet,
So I would do
Leaflet,
that, right?
no. It's not good for you.
Can you describe what you would see? Yeah, so, like, they'd ask me a question, and I would just explain to them, like, oh, yeah, you know, I see, like, you know, I see, like, the sun, and it looks like this, and then there's, like, a cloud over here, and then, like, there's, like, a castle, and, like, I would just do that. Like, it just, whatever came to mind, like, when I flipped the cards over, I would just, like, see the imagery on it, and I would just, like, in my mind, and you know, this is, like, coming from a person that DMs Dungeons and Dragons, right? So I would, like,
Yeah, no, this stuff, like I was mentioning earlier, like, it opens doors that you don't want open. And if you don't know what you're doing, or you're not spiritually prepared, you are inviting demons in. I'm so glad she got out of it. But, I mean, and Leaflet, like, to me, she's not a person, like, who lies, you know? So I definitely believe her
that stuff,
100%
right?
here.
Anyway, so I would do this, right?
Gosh.
And so what happened was, my friends, like, some of my other friends, like people from, like, these like acquaintances of, like, within the friend group of, like, my brother and stuff, I'm, like, intentionally, like, obfuscating, like, information, because, like, I don't want to, like, say anything, like, personal, right? But, like, a friend of like a close friend was, like, a Christian, right? Like, they were like really deeply religious, like, Christian person, right? And they kind of got in with the wrong crowd, right? You know, like, these kind of, like, witchy sort of people, right? And, like, this whole time, you know, like, I'm thinking, like, you know, this is just, like, some stupid shit, right? You know, I still, like, you know, I still believed in, like, God and, like, Jesus and stuff like that, right? But I was just like, you know, it's just fucking around, you know what I mean? It's just fucking around, right? And so was my friend. My friend was also, oh, yeah, I'm fucking around, right? Eventually, you know, they start talking to me about, like, entities and shit, right? Like, just entities and, like, all this weird, like, fucking, like, shadow people shit. And I'm like, that's fucking weird, right? And then, like, anyway, they're talking to me about this stuff, right? And the things just progress, and, like, you know, over time, my friend goes, like, yeah, you know, I talked to
Bro. I would have been scared senseless if I were her, bro. Oh my goodness. Holy smokes, leave that. Mia, thank you so much for the follow. Grimmy, thank you for the 200 bits earlier. I appreciate that. Grimmy, wait, was that Grimmy? Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the follow as well. I made sure to give you a follow back. Lika, I can't see your name. Thank you for the follow. Why do you guys, some of you have the most atrocious names? I can't.
The intention is to have you say those names, typically. From my assumption.
Around and finding a classic story as old as time. I mean, yeah, but, you know, she's definitely walked out of that, which is good. She's definitely in a much better spot now. Glory to God.
I talked to this, like, ancient deity, and I was like, what? I was like, aren't you Christian, though? Aren't you Christian? And, like, this person was, like, very Christian, right? They were very, very Christian, right? And I was like, but aren't you Christian? And they're like, yeah, well, you know. And so I'm like, so what do you mean? And they're like, yeah, this entity was a god. And I was like, wait, but you're Christian though, right? And my friend's like, yeah. And I'm like, but like, what about Jesus then, right? Like what's Jesus? What's Jesus to you, right? Because I thought you were Christian. Like, because guys, you have to understand, like, this person used to go to church all the time. They used to give tithe, everything. They were like,
That's the thing though, like not everyone that says that they're a Christian is, and I'm not saying that Leaflet is or not like lukewarm or anything, but some people are actually like lukewarm and they're just a Sunday only Christian, which I would argue you're not really like a Christian, but some people are also struggling. You know, it just depends. Like everybody is in a different part of their walk, and it's rough, man. Being a Christian is not easy, so I can definitely understand, you know, doing this kind of stuff without knowing better. And some people, you know, they're wolves in sheep's clothing. There's three groups. There's the people who are Christians and they're dedicated, and like right now they're doing great, you know, in the walk with Christ. I'm sure they're struggling, but they have faith in him and they're doing, you know, they're praying, they're being consistent, whatever, and they love the Lord. Then there are people who are like more lukewarm, and it's like, you know, you need to push them to do better as Christians. And I'm not saying, oh, you need to do this amount of stuff to be good or not, but if you're not like even trying, and then there are people who are truly wolves in sheep's clothing that pretend to be Christians, and these are some of the worst people ever, by the way, and they're really living a life of debauchery and doing things that they shouldn't be doing. So I'm gonna unpause this because I'm sure she's gonna kind of
super religious. They used to like talk to the pastor and all that. Like they were close friends with like all of those Christian people, right? And you know, they get into the wrong crowd, and now they're like, oh yeah, you know, I'm like, so what is Jesus to you? Because like, you know, you're talking about like other gods and stuff, and then this was like they changed what they said. It's like before they would say, oh yeah, you know, Jesus is God, obviously, right? Like yeah, they changed it and they said Jesus is one of the gods, and I was like, what the fuck? That's what, right?
Or are they Mormon?
And so like, you know, this kind of escalated.
That might explain some things.
They would tell me about this entity, and dude, that one time I went with them somewhere, we went hiking. Okay, we went hiking. And they fucking vanished. They just disappeared.
That's wild.
And I was like, what the fuck? Like, where did you go? And like, I saw them like hours later. They just come out of the woods. I'm like, where the fuck? And I was like, where were you?
What?
And they're like, oh, you know, that thing, it told me,
no.
They told me like to go to the Grove. And I was like, what? And, like, yeah, they told me to go to the Grove and like, you know, they need to talk to me about something.
Yeah, narcissism is evil.
And I was like, okay.
Yeah,
sure.
they definitely contacted demons.
Right?
I think aliens are demons, honestly.
And then, anyway, so.
It might as well be at this point.
You know, all this time, I was just kind of messing around. You know, I was doing the tarot thing just for fun. You know, I didn't really believe in it, but I do it. And people kept asking me, they're like, Leaflet, can you like do a tarot reading? Because like, dude, your readings are like so good. Like you.
Yeah, no, like and honestly, not saying, you know, I'm glad she's safe. But to some extent, I'm actually glad that she kind of went through this because, again, these are the kind of moments that can lead you to Christ. Like, it scares you in a sense that, like, wow, there really is something out there. You know, it's not, you know, it really is a spiritual battle. And I think she got to really, like, experience that. So I'm glad that she made it out. You know, I think the Lord protected her ultimately. You know, and it didn't get too bad. Obviously, we're going to listen to the rest of her story here, but... no, right. Leaflet is not here right now. I'm just listening to somebody shared this with me, and she was talking about her experience with like tarot and stuff. And since we were talking about like Satanism, Masonry, and esoteric stuff earlier, someone, you know, shared that she was talking about this on stream. So yeah, sometimes it takes hitting that rock bottom to really, you know, discover your faith with God. So
I guess yeah, no, it's not good that she did this, but out of the evil, God found a way to make it good. That it brought her closer to her faith, and that she's not doing that sort of thing anymore. Absolutely. I know, I agree with you. I figure I gotta go and grab some food.
Yeah, that's fine.
Do you want me to leave in a little prayer, or do you want me to just head out and let you finish the video?
It's fine. I'm gonna finish the video, and then it's gonna be a while, so I'm not gonna do that quite just yet. Yeah.
Right. Have fun. Good luck. God bless you guys.
Bye, babe. I'll see you later.
See ya.
Bye.
You really like, you always nail it with like the tarot readings, and it got to the point, and like guys, this is like where it's gonna start to sound really fucking weird. It got to the point where I would do a tarot reading, and like I would like see space, and like this sounds like dude I feel so this is like so embarrassing. I'm just being real. Like it sounds so fucking Chunibyo, but I would see fucking space at some point. Like I would like kind of like check out or something like while I'm doing it, and I would see like space, and I would see like this fucking tree in space. Like a literal tree, like just floating in space.
Bro,
and I would
this
see
girl
that every
went
time that I did this.
Leaflet went through a trip and a half. That's insane, bro. What the heck? Oh my gosh. Wow. Just wow.
Right? And I would go in there, and then I would be able to see stuff on the cards, right? And so like, anyway, one day I said, I'm gonna do this for me. And I want to know what the fuck my friend is talking about. Like, what is this person? What is this fucking entity or whatever, the shadow thing, right? And so like, I looked into that. So instead of like doing the tarot thing for someone else, I did it for me to like look into that thing. And this is what happened. There was like this girl, right? And I saw her like every time I went there to the tree thing, right? In my mind or whatever, right? And like it was kind of weird because it was like I could see it, but like I could also see my room. Was that it was like kind of like anyway. I told you guys it's gonna sound like really fucking schizo. Okay, so what happened was when I looked into that thing and I was like trying to like show me about this thing, right? And show me information on like this whatever this entity is, right? All of a sudden, like, boom.
So, I think what she's talking about is like astral projection. Yeah. I was, it's funny because as I was transitioning to see the chat, that's what I was thinking, and you said it at the same time. That's funny. Quadratic queso, gracias por el follow. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, it's all of this is like no, wait, not this makes sense. This is your brain on. No, where the trips come from. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, so when I was learning about like witches that came to Christianity, they were talking about astral projection. I'll see if I can find the video for like a future talk maybe, but I was gonna say like these witches, when they used to want to like attack Christians, when they did like the astral projection stuff, they couldn't attack the Christians because there was like this kind of like blue shield or this like blue light wherever these Christians were like praying. And so they couldn't, and they were like surrounded by like angels. So when they were, when these witches were going to like these demons to go do that stuff, they couldn't do anything to these people because they were, devoted to the Lord. They had the protection of God. They had the protection of the angels. And so when I hear like Leaflet's story, this is astral projection, and then it kind of just like reminded me of that. So, this stuff is real, guys. Like it's so, and I'm not, obviously Leaflet's not like an evil person, right? This was like her past, but this stuff is evil. Like it is real. Like the spiritual is real, but people are so sedated. Now there are not, and you guys were talking about Gnosticism. Gnosticism is a heresy that the church, had to combat like from the early days. So Jibity, Drunken Forest, and Reluctant, hello, thank you for the waves. They Christians have been fighting against like Gnostic heresies, twisting scripture, making it seem like this magical mystical thing like the tree and like Jesus and hippie Jesus and like peace signs up, dude. Like it's crazy. It's insane. And so the experience that Leaflet had is a very real thing that witches do even now.
The room filled with smoke, right? And then some like fucking hand grabbed my fucking neck. Like actually, like it felt like it was grabbing my neck, and it picked me up and it threw me like across the room. And then it was so weird because I like moved sideways, and then like the room like turned, and then I fell down, and then I like hit myself. Like I hit like my like
oof.
I don't even know how to explain it. It's like okay, hold on. I don't know how to explain this. It's so weird. right? So
Yeah,
so can I draw it?
demons can do that stuff, bro. They can manifest in the physical. It's freaking insane. Like, people think it's a joke. It's genuinely not a joke. But if you're like, you don't believe, or you're complacent and the enemy and Satan doesn't go after you, like, what are you gonna really know, right? Or if you dabble like it, if you're like in the middle, sort of, right? Satan's not gonna bother you. If you're diving deep into the occult and stuff, I have a friend who used to be like a warlock, and honestly, him and Leaf like could probably talk about this kind of stuff. And he, he had like crystals and stuff. He has actually still a mod of mine, but I haven't talked to him in a long time. When he was doing that stuff, like, things would go well for him for a while, but once God started knocking, bro, oh man, the amount of things that he saw and everything, it was wild.
So this is like the room, okay? This is like the room.
Who the fuck is Leaf it?
I
And
love
this is,
her.
like, the bed.
I love
And
her
it's sitting on
follow
the bed.
thing. It's so crazy.
Right?
I love the little doodles she
It
does
was like-
too.
But then I was
Oh,
like not
man.
there, so it's just like the fucking the thing with like the girl and then like the smoke, and then it grabbed me and it threw me like this way. So like I went this way, and then the room like turned like this way, and then this happened. I went boom, and I like fell into myself, and then I face planted the bed, and I was like, what the fuck? And I never did it again.
Wow.
I literally never touched that shit ever again after that. And I was like, my story. That's it. I never touched it again. I don't want to fucking see it anymore. I don't want anything to do with it.
Amen, sister. Amen.
You know?
Sheesh.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm so happy for her. Three. Yeah, no, that's yeah, no, and I mean, I'm glad that she shared this, because it's crazy out there, man. Like, the deeper you dive into the occult, the more you really understand that the spiritual realm is real. And I know that there are people who are like logical, like, oh, there's always like a logic. Yeah, there is a logical explanation. It's demons. What do you mean, GG? How dare you, Sagi Kempo? How dare you? But I'm thankful, that she's turned over a new leaf. I hope she doesn't come into the stream and says, what the heck are you talking about? Oh, man. Bruh.
Womp womp.
Okay. What is with this, like, spam right now? Oh my gosh. Okay, whatever. Literally Roach King's words. I know, it's so funny. Yeah. Woo. Woo-wee. Well, don't do witchcraft. Believe in Jesus. And tell the demons they can go, man, I know I shouldn't swear, but, like, sometimes I just want to swear, but just tell them to go, I don't know, leave or something. Words, explosions. No, but I'm really happy for her. I know that sometimes you get, like, scared straight into this stuff, but, like, it's because it's real, man. It's real, but, Christ is here and he protects us, so just, be careful with supernatural things. If you're a Christian, don't attempt to fight these evil powers without being, like, you need to, like, this is why you need to be prepared as a Christian. You need to pray more, you need to fast, because when you fast, you're focusing on Christ. There are different ways, and of course, Christ ultimately, right? It's through the power of Christ, but, being obedient and being right with the Lord can help protect you. But I've definitely had my own handful of spiritual experiences myself, where the more I've gotten closer to God, the more the enemy has attacked me in different ways. And of course, people just also don't like me. But I know when I came back to Christ, before I started, uploading Christian content, I would hear things kind of go bump in the night. I even had a nightmare once where there was like this kind of snake-like creature that came after me. And the first time it didn't manage to bite me because I think I grabbed it by like the tail. But the second time it like bit into my neck. And when I woke up, I had like a burning sensation on my neck where like it bit me in the dream. And from then on out, like I've had other, spiritual experiences and things. But when the enemy sees that you're moving towards Christ, he's going to do everything in his power to kind of stop you. So, some people, go deep off the deep end and they're in some really dark voodoo nonsense. But, and sometimes you're just a Christian who's trying to get closer to Christ. And I've had multiple experiences where I've felt like a heavy depression. And it's like life might be going okay, and then boom, suddenly this really heavy like cloud is over my head, and it's oh man. But yeah, wild stuff. But yeah, trust in the Lord Jesus Christ and get right with Him. If you have something weighing on your heart, really like confess to Him. Go see your priest, go see your pastor, and actually there was a video of Father Josiah like from Patristic Nectar that we watched like a couple months ago, where he had, or like a month or two ago, and he said, if you're fighting a battle, you can't just like sit there and do nothing. If the enemy is attacking hard, you need to pray just as hard, if not harder, back. You need to fast. You need to do, as an Orthodox Christian, eventually, like when I'm able to take the Eucharist, like do confessions, go take the Eucharist, things like that, that will help, strengthen you in your walk. So that way your adversary, the devil, does not like step all over you or takes, advantage of you, right? And it's hard. The Christian walk is hard. So I just want to encourage you guys, get strong in your faith. We are living in some dark times. I mean, the apostles were also living in some dark times. But if you have faith in Christ, and again, works don't ultimately save you, but they are going to strengthen you and your faith. So don't, and it's hard because I've done this too. Live a life that is holy. And if you're struggling, know that you have a community here with me and my server, me and everybody else. And yeah, tell the demons to go step on a Lego, basically, yeah. Oh, man. And it's hard, but like when you pick up your cross, like that Jesus got your back, man. So that's my encouragement for you. How was the Divine Liturgy for this Sunday? It was good. My priest, he was talking about, like we're preparing for Great Lent, and there's a book I need to pick up because he's going to be doing a book club on Mondays to prepare for Great Lent. So I'm going to try to participate on that on Mondays. So you guys will definitely not be seeing me stream on Mondays, probably until like, I don't know, maybe until Great Lent is over. I don't know yet. But yeah, it was pretty solid. I really enjoyed it. It's always good to relax, and, give over what I feel the heavy weight over to God during the service. I always enjoyed liturgy. But anyway, I think that was it in terms of topics. I was going to talk about the drama that I've been roped into, but at this point I really don't want to give it more attention. So I'm not going to talk about it. And then I was going to go over kind of the whole ice situation is still going on, and there was this VTuber who made a video about me, Revs Rob, and I think even Nux was like included, and they were and I think Leaflet might have been included as well. And people really hate us. I think one thing that really annoyed me is that person's video actually popped off, and I'm out here like, I talk from a more reasonable perspective, and I'm not like a crazy lefty loony, and it just And I genuinely believe that. I mean, granted, my content can always be better. Like, that's not something that I haven't talked about, but I feel like with the content that I have uploaded, I don't know, I feel like I'm being suppressed to some extent. Like, I haven't had a moment where, like, I've really, like, popped off like that, and then I see someone's video that's been out for, like, a few days, and they're just bad-mouthing me and my friends. It just takes off, and I'm like, Lord, I know I have to be patient, but, like, why does this person get to, you know, say all this evil nonsense out of their mouth, and it's working for them? I'm like, I want to fight back. I want to, you know, I don't know. I know that this doesn't really matter, right? Like, numbers at the end of the day, but I feel like people would take me more seriously if I had more influence. But, you know, at the end of the day, just trusting in the Lord is what I gotta do. And be patient, keep praying, and keep making, you know, the videos that I make, even if it only reaches like 5 people at the end of the day. But I get so upset, like, someone like that just gets hundreds of thousands of views, and I'm over here like struggling, and it's like they're speaking from a place of like emotion, not even like logic. It's just like, I don't like what they said. F ICE, you know, destroy the government, this, that. I just don't know, man. It just sucks. Because I know, like, I've been growing as a content creator, you know, in the last 2 years. It's felt incredibly slow, and I genuinely believe that there are moments that I have been suppressed because people have either reported me, they've blocked me, and that limits your reach in the algorithm. I also think that because I've spoken a lot of truth, and again, I'm not a person of authority, you know, in the church or in Christianity, right? Like, I'm, you know, female, whatever, but I'm not afraid to speak up about what I believe in. And I'm not saying that everything I say is right, because I'm still learning, but I would say most things have been pretty like spot on and against like the enemy in the world. So I don't know, man. I know that my content also needs work, but I don't think it's like that bad that I haven't like popped off even once. I find it very suspicious. And then there were also VTubers kind of at the start of my VTubing career that spoke bad about me, and they weren't like small channels either. And that definitely led to like a lot of people like blocking me and stuff. So I feel like from the get-go I kind of you know, I've been dealt some pretty not so good cards, so I've had to work like even extra hard. But I don't know, maybe I'm just maybe I'm gassing myself up too much. Maybe I'm thinking about my worth as more than what it really is. Sorry for complaining. I just saw that and it really bothered me, but it's alright. It's all good. Sally, did you watch the video of the VR furry pastor speaking ill of you? Was it the VR Ministries guy, the Grace Ministries dude? Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about him. I'm gonna chill, man. I'm in my corner doing the things that I gotta do. That's all I gotta do, you know. The algorithm is designed to reward fast and extreme. You know, that's fair. That's totally fair. And they're wicked people on top of that. That works. I understand. If it's that Jaxer person, no, I don't think Jaxer messaged me. It was a female VTuber. Nikolai reviewed and refuted that VR pastor's video. I love Nikolai. He's awesome. God bless his soul. You have influence. Your integrity is extremely valuable. I appreciate that. Thank you, Codcraft, for the follow, and thank you to everybody who's followed me. I'll try to read if there's anything that I might have missed. Don't forget, people that don't know Christ, this is as close as heaven they will get. The problem is that most conservative, hardworking, or honest people are too busy working. Pink Lady, Lefty, Cuckoos have nothing better to do. I mean, yeah, but I mean, I've uploaded videos. I mean, maybe, I don't know. I don't want to like be clickbaity because I think that the algorithm is punishing clickbait now. But it's alright. Welcome in, Feral Reaper. Missed a lot. We talked about a lot of stuff today. The VOD will be up as soon as we're out of here, though. Remember, Celestia, but small is the gate and narrow is the road that leads to life, and those who find their few in number. That's fair. Safe Llama, thank you for the follow and kick. Welcome in. Thank you for the waves. I see a lot of leaflet people here. That's awesome. Golden Titan, have a good night. Take care. Nikolai already refuted him. They based, yeah. Don't let those bring you down. As long as you have Jesus, you're strong. Yeah, that's true. I totally agree, and I know my worth isn't in like how many numbers or anything. I just guess like it's just like this is a fight, man. It's like a fight of the minds, of the souls. And not that people don't take me seriously right now, but I feel like I would be taken more seriously and be able to have more reach if I grew like more like faster at this point, because I've been doing it for a while. But you know, maybe God's keeping me here for a reason, and I just want to be able, I guess, to be content about it. Or if there's a way to keep pushing forward and reach more people, that would be really cool. But I don't know. I don't want to focus on like earthly treasures or anything. Like for me, growing is more so at this point so that I can reach more people with the gospel and less about making money. You know, and when I see people who are opposing me or opposing the word of God, but they somehow, you know, they have hundreds of thousands of eyes on them that support them and they're cheering on evil, I'm just like, Lord, I feel like I don't have the same like ammo. I don't have the same ammunition to fight back. Like I don't have enough. But I just have to, you know, keep relying on him. And you know, at the end of the day, it's not my strength, it's, you know, the Lord's strength that I have to rely on, because I have no strength really. If it wasn't for him, I think I'd be long gone off this earth. But I don't know, man. Wait, sorry, it's a VOD of Leaflet. Oh yeah, we were Leaflet was talking about it looks like a couple days ago about some witchcraft stuff that she was doing in like a long time ago.
You've taken
Oop, that slowed down. Oh, I see what happened there. I was like, what the heck?
Yeah, similar but different experiences.
Yeah, she was sorry, let me get this off the screen. Forgot to take this off. But yeah, I don't know. I get discouraged by it a little bit. I don't like to complain about it too much because I know I have to keep, you know, pushing forward. But I don't know. Sometimes I wish I was further ahead as a content creator, not for the sake of just being ahead or, oh, you know, I'm going to TwitchCon and I'm going to be like the super popular streamer, but really so that I can, you know, be taken seriously in the places that I go to, really like make an impact, you know. But obviously, even if it's just one person that comes to Christ after I talk to them, not because of me, right? But, you know, that should be more than enough. But I don't know. I just see all the evil in the world and wanting to fight back at it, you know, with just as much, if not more, intensity is kind of like my mindset right now. But I don't know, man. It's all good, I guess. Relegated to VOD watcher status. What do you mean? I was yapping and giving insight. What? Welcome back, Thirsty Cactus. Good to see you. That's on Thursday before the Super Bowl. That's crazy. Slow and steady is perfectly fine. I can feel it's frustrating. Yeah, I agree with slow and steady. It's just, it feels like it's not just slow and steady though. It feels like it's like an IV drip, but they put it at the slowest possible setting, you know? And I'm not saying that within like 2 years I need to blow up and, you know, be at 100,000, right? But I don't know. I just feel like at the 2-year mark almost now, like I could be way more ahead. And granted, most people probably wouldn't make it this far either, but I don't know, maybe I'm too ambitious too. I think that's another problem. Flashbang? What do you mean flashbang? Flashbang what? God makes his power known at some point. Look at Egypt during Moses. That's true. That's fair. I appreciate it. If you didn't decide to work to do this, there would be a gap where you are. That's real and it matters. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. I hope that it didn't sound like I was complaining or being like petty. I guess it's just one of my frustrations lately. The algorithm tends to suppress conservative and Christian voices. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like that's what's happened to me. And you know, if it isn't for like Rev or Leaflet talking about me, I don't have like any real reach. Which obviously I hope no one ever thinks I'm using them for anything. You know, I appreciate them a lot, you know, defending me and everything. And Leaflet's been an awesome friend. So, you know, I just gotta keep pushing, you know, regardless of how things end up or not. You know, I think that there's a space here for Christians and even like non-believers, right? We can still have conversations with them. And I think that, you know, I want them to be part of this space too, because, you know, that can help us strengthen our faith, like understand our arguments better, be able to help people like better understand like the faith. And I think that there are like some chill non-believers too, right? As long as we're respectful towards each other, like you're totally welcome even if you're not a Christian. The only thing I really ask for is like respect. So I think we have like a unique opportunity here to, not only bring believers together, but bring like non-believers to either potentially believe or at least, maybe have less of a harsher stance against Christians. But I gotta keep doing my part, like you guys said, and, just keep moving forward. That's all I can really do, right? Regardless of what, happens or doesn't happen. Yeah, that's fair, Green Luck. I agree. I definitely was a 2-viewer Andy at some point, and now like you guys are all here, so I appreciate that for sure. Now you don't sound ungrateful, you just sound eager. It's a good trait. Just needs to be tempered with wisdom and patience. Amen. Even if you're not a Christian yet. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, I'm never gonna force people, man. Like, that's not my thing. I hope that my actions and my words can help like soften their hearts, but at the end of the day, that's everyone's choice. Mid Games, welcome in. Appreciate you being here. All right. So I don't think I have anything else to talk about. I think we pretty much covered everything for today, and I've been streaming for like about 4 hours, and my laundry might be dry at this point. So yeah, I really appreciate you guys. There's power in I like kind of like how Flame from Furium put it. There's power in obscurity and having a low profile sometimes. There are times where you say what you need to say and move on to the next place. Yeah, be Emperor Palpatine, start drama, given to the dark side joke. That's funny. Even if you're yapping to nobody, just remember to yap the name of Jesus. Amen. Alright, guys. I don't have much more to say. But besides, like, thank you for all the follows. Thank you for all the subs if you did sub today. If you did become a YouTube member, thank you as well. If you became a Kick sub, I appreciate you as well. All of that money is going to go towards like editing, especially now that I'm earning less from this new job compared to my old job. All of your support really means a lot to me. And I definitely do need it for sure. My long form videos aren't going to be interesting for a while until I'm making more money again. And it's alright. I mean, I want to worry more about the content and less about how it's edited anyway when it comes to those. So I think today's stream will definitely have at least 1 or 2 long form videos for the next week or 2. So I'll be working on that. And yeah, I guess that's another reason I want to grow. It's like to have more, resources to be able to push out more content. But, again, whichever way things go, I'm going to keep pouring into this because I believe that, there's a ministry here to reach out to people online who are chronically online and might never step foot into church unless someone, tells them about Christ. And I want to be one of those voices. So you guys have been really great to me. God bless you. I hope you have a good night. I will be back on, I think, Tuesday for a SpongeBob game sponsor. Let me go look at my schedule. My schedule is should have posted on Twitter already, and I'm gonna go ahead and pin that for you guys. It's also in my server. Oh, it didn't post? Where is it? Uh-oh. When did I? Oh, I put it for the 13th? Wait, what the heck? Uh-oh, that's not right. Hold on, I gotta post this right now. Okay, that wasn't supposed to be scheduled for... I'm gonna post it right now. Sorry, it was supposed to post an hour ago. That's my bad. So the schedule for this week is gonna be... Tuesday is Craftopia. I pushed it over to Tuesday. Thursday is gonna be SpongeBob Titans of the Tide. On Friday, I'm going to be on Side Scrollers. Thanks to Observus and to Leaflet for mentioning me. So I'll be a guest on Side Scrollers on Friday. And then next Sunday, we're going to be reading the Gospel of John, chapter 15 or 16. I don't remember where we left off. So that definitely, guys, please check everything out for this week. If you don't follow me on my other platforms, I do stream on Kick, YouTube, Twitch. So if one platform doesn't work for you, maybe the other one does. If you can't hit the 4-hour mark with your streams, Twitch seems to favor streamers that do. Okay, I'll stay for like another 2 minutes then. I didn't know that. Usually I stream like 2 or 3 hours. But sounds good. I would stream longer if I didn't get so tired and burnt out. But yeah, Definitely if you guys are interested in any of the streams, I know gaming streams don't interest people as much, but you know, I'm just happy that I get the opportunity to kind of play these games and make content. And I have no idea what I'm going to be talking about on Side Scrollers on Friday, but I'm sure Blabs will let me know. And yeah, I love you guys very much. Thank you. I'm not going to raid out today. I'm just going to end the stream, but I really appreciate you guys a lot. And I'm really blessed, you know, to have this community and to have all these amazing friends. I don't want to cry, but you guys are really awesome, and you guys make it worth continuing this even when I feel really discouraged. And you know, I've talked about my testimony a bit, but you know, from the time that I started doing Christian content till now, I never thought I'd be in the position that I am now, and I didn't think I'd have the community I have now. So, you know, thank you for being Based Beans, and I will see you guys on Tuesday. Make sure to drink some water, pray, get right with the Lord, and yeah, I love you guys. I will see you later this week. Bye.